The Epistles of Puli. Make yourself a physician. Highly honored, gracious and loyal gentlemen friends, in order to fulfill my promise to you and fulfill your wishes, I will now answer the questions you have asked me. Highly honored, gracious and loyal gentlemen friends, the answers are contained in this small treatise entitled, Make Yourself a Physician, which I now begin in the name of Jesus Jehovah, who is the Almighty. Highly honored, gracious and loyal gentlemen friends, highly honored and loyal friends, maybe you don't ignore that these days all natural and divine truth is despised, abused and even deemed baseless. The cause of this is that there are two kinds of men who, being each other, crept in by the back door just like thieves and murderers. John 15:1, 7, 8, 9, 10. They won't admit others who are not of their kind in the practice and public exercise of this profession. The motto of the prime type is, they lead and do not act, Matthew XVII 3, and in the case of the second, they are and they are not, yet they are, Revelation 17:8. Highly honored, gracious and loyal gentlemen friends. From this you can judge their character, and it will be clear to you that all the evil that has been done in the world comes from these two types of people, and goes on still even today. Since these people do not have true faith, they arrogate to themselves what belongs to God alone. Pretending to believe in the Holy Scriptures, their motive is suggested by their own abject spirit, instead of the Holy Spirit, the only giver of divine truth and wisdom, the only true teacher, which never comes to such evil beings. Wisdom 14:7, 27-28. It is not our intention to discuss theology here, however, which we shall proceed, but as far as medicine is concerned, do well beware, you who profess to believe in sacred things scriptures, that they teach that only God is the true creator of medicine. XXIII 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. It follows, therefore, that medicine is not created by men, since it is God who infallibly reveals the true art of medicine. Praise Him. The medicine of the body is the image of the medicine of the soul. See, just as the infirmities of the soul are the image of the infirmities of the body, and just as these two are in harmony, so should the preparation of the true medicine of the body is in line with the preparation of the true medicine of the soul, like this, that the image should be in the sure likeness of the soul and should follow the same pattern. Thus, it comes to this, that God is the only creator of the sincere doctor in medicine, which trains him in a medicine really founded in God Himself, who bears the perfect image of the soul. Of this I have fully related to you in my treatise, Amor Proximi. See author's note at the end of this part. God is a God of good order and created everything according to its weight, number and measure, La Sapienza 11:22, and Ezekiel XXIII, without the which not there would be no certainty in both art and nature. He alone is the giver and dispenser of all. The irreligious pretend that all is confusion in this great labyrinth. Those who doubt go their way arguing and lacking in understanding, because they don't want to learn in the true school from the true teacher, that He alone created nature and knows its secrets more hidden, which He alone can reveal. Instead, they ask knowledge to those who have entered by the back door. You see, my friends and loyal colleagues, that only kings and priests of the Church have hitherto had the diligence of study and fully understand this sacred profession divine, and that is true of all nations, but now they have become proud and have exalted themselves, in self-esteem, for this knowledge can really be called the ars artium, as demonstrated by the 3 letters on the cross of Christ, which they are now expounding to you in their numerous sermons. I would like you to know that all diseases, whatever their name, can be cured, and one is enough to do so, only medicine. I will now briefly explain this theory to you in the form of a study. The noblest subject of medicine is man himself, so a doctor of medicine can't do better than that apply himself to typsum is born, which the learned pagans they exhibited as their only medicine on the temples of Apollo, intending to teach that one cannot get the true knowledge without the illumination of the divine light. When we begin to consider man, we immediately perceive that all the members and organs of his body physique arise from a first sperm substance. If these various members and organs were not hidden within the sperm, they absolutely could not derive from it. Although the organs of the human body derive from a single seed, they are of various substances and essences and perform different functions, their powers are different, yet they get their nourishment from only one food. Thus, it must necessarily be contained in food, such as bread for example, all the essential nourishment and suitable sustenance to the conservation and development of the various organs, since it would be foolish to suppose that these necessities could arise from a substance in which they are not inherent. Further reflection shows that a separation takes place in the economy of the body which divides the good sap of the nourishment from superfluous, less essential substance. This separation takes place in the stomach. A painstakingly penetrating process absorbs the good and the residue constitutes the feces. The raw impure parts are partially expelled to the latrine, partly through the urine, a third portion through the sweat, another through the spit and also through the ears and nose. The fact that a man falls ill can happen for no other reason than that he leads a disordered life, or because of some accident, or because of his age, but whatever the effect, it is caused by some disturbance in the various organs of his constitution, which deprives them of their normal full vigor. Thus, the separation, which is the will of God ordained that it be effective in all parts of the body, is disturbed and instead the body secretes various fluids and acidity, which ultimately cause a certain degree of combustion. All diseases and infirmities, therefore, have only one cause. The severity of the disease and its nature must be sought in the organs, thus, a plus or a minus originates. A true process takes place in the economy of the human body chemical, that is, a separation of the good from the bad, the superfluous from its essence, which in the art of the microcosm is truly called spagyric, 8, that is our hyssop, Psalms LA, 7. Just as in all organs there is only one spermatic matter, from which various substances originate, so only one food, i.e. the viscous kilo, is completely sufficient to nourish, support and preserve the various essences of these organs. Since there is only one cause of all diseases, it must be concluded that only one medicine is needed to correct all infirmity. This substance must possess the nature of truth medicine and must contain in itself the universal essence of all the organs and be such that a healthy stomach will digest it for organ use. It is the true function of medicine, created by God, to come to the aid of weak and suffering natures and in due time to begin to work on the weakness of the human body which is distinct from man's inmost being, for where nature lame, where she is too weak to effect the separation of good from bad, the work of medicine begins. The medic cannot do this with a medicine that he himself has prepared, since such medicines deposit their own impurities and with the sterile emotion they produce give rise to the need for one further separation of these impurities. The medicine must be inherent in the constitution to assist nature in its weakness, to strengthen it, so that it can carry out the proper functions. Once nature is so disposed, she throws away the weeds, which in the moment of her weakness her enemy, sleep, sowed and so expelled impurities through its own exit in a natural way. Thus, it is clear, no evil arises, the diseased organ is suitably healed, but not in the way people would like to heal it. Presumptuous red berets who, having crept into their profession through the door of error, they administer violent and foreign medicines which being enemies of nature place the patient in greater danger. My dear friends and colleagues, you don't see that in this case we must consider the names of all diseases in their complex nomenclature, along with their supposed causes and, moreover, the whole academic labyrinth. While anyone will understand exactly this matter, it will include all infirmities and the peculiar and specific form of the necessary medicine. Anyone who does not understand this, despite his titles and solemn affirmations, has no basis, either solid or real foundation in medicine. Now we come to the matter of preparing for this medicine. We have seen that all bodies originate from one substance and that from that one substance they are support yourself. The good is progressively separated from the bad by the action of the organs, so medicine cannot prepare through an artifice, since it originates from constitution of the first material. It follows, therefore, that this difficulty must be overcome through the right preparation, because the cause is found in the substance, and although the substance is contained in any medicine prepared, a fake medicine cannot hold it and consequently the medicine is hindered in its functions. The process by which this happens is as follows, and you should pay close attention to it. The stomach is the universal organ of the preparation of the nutrient kilo, and its function is that of causing a radical reduction of substances viscous primaries into a real primary substance from which it comes stimulated the universal spark of life in all forms, bodies. This universal nourishment, prepared in a healthy stomach, is passed through each organ stimulating it in its particular location, as will be explained later. I would like that you understand well and exactly this bubbling cauldron of essential fire, by means of this universal instrument, for then you will easily discover the all in the all. You certainly shouldn't ignore this argument, because without its operations in yourselves' bodies, you could neither live nor be healthy, unless, of course, you have not come to practice this art through the door of error, and you know that you must not seek anything outside yourself. Consequently you will know that it is true medicine must be prepared with your fire, resident in the stomach. Praise be to God, who has hidden this despised thing held in low esteem by crafty men, since the world began to this day, and has revealed it to the humble and to little children. Who will break this covenant, against the will of God, and will reveal this secret of which only God is the dispenser? Even if someone revealed it, the world and you would despise it, and not it you wouldn't believe or accept it. The poor anatomists, wishing to discover this secret in man, have brought many to an untimely end. They have sought in the dead what is to be sought only in the living and healthy. So, no one can get this secret until he knows the anatomy of the living body, without causing harm to the body or its organs. Paracelsus he rightly says that the essence of an organ can be extracted without damage to the organ and thus perform a miracle. This anatomy teaches us to know the human body a lot better and more completely than if we opened and dissected dead or even living bodies. Many have thought they were writing about this essential spirit of life, but as far as it goes I know no one has found the right way. Adepts have hid this art under a cloak and revealed it, as a great secret, only to certain eminent persons. Anything else compared to the knowledge and possession of this art is considered only child's play. Abandon all those who do not sincerely respect God and let Him open your eyes, so that you can possess this secret, just as He opened your eyes to those who were born blind, just like mine eyes were opened, though I was born blind, figuratively, and thus I found the secret by grace of God. Keep all your medical wisdom, so to speak, in a compendium and aside, so that you can, through the knowledge of the microcosm, pass to that of the macrocosm, just like the Son in the Father, and from your self-awareness interior to move to exterior contemplation. You go by this great labyrinth of manifold curiosity and skill into that all, and from the all you return with true wisdom mobile. Thus you will be free from all academic prejudices, and you will not need, as a doctrine, anything other than that of all in all. Consider that in the seed of a plant you have a clear demonstration of the all in all, because the seed contains in itself the root, the trunk, the leaves, flowers, and also fruits, and as it is in this so it is in everyone the other organisms. This is similarly demonstrated in all three orders, mineral, vegetable and animal, and the peculiar qualities in each can be vivified in our own way liking, because in all things we can make the all in all a medicine, both with respect to the particular, both with respect to the universal. In order to give you further reason to meditate, I will now briefly describe some of the principal organs of the human body and their functions and what can be learned from each of them about the real preparation of the universal medicine, sufficient for everything. The teeth are the millstones by which they are reduced coarse substances, beware of that. The stomach is the vat or furnace in which, by action of the essence of fire, food is cooked, first to form a viscous substance, by digestion and decomposition, then, by dissolution, it is reduced to a spirit saline, or kilo, the product of the food. The coarse salt is taken to the bladder, the sulfur residue, feces, goes to the intestine, the superfluous mercurial part to the mouth, and here is the node Gordian, which cannot be eliminated in any other way except with Alexander's sword, and so on, each to its purifying outlet. The lactic veins are the filters, which they separate the kilo and also the other nutrients from the kilo. The function of the lungs is to change all principles in air, because in the air all solids become fluids, because the air attracts into itself and then re-emits by itself. The liver prepares the substance of the kilo to receive a color sulphureous. The heart, which in itself is completely inert, beats and I learn lures the spark of animal life to the lure of the kilo, for medium of which the fiery spirit of life in the radical mood becomes blood, which is a celestial dew, a watery dew fiery universal sustaining the microcosm, just like potable gold in its constitution, which sustains the whole body through its essential humid heat. By itself simple, this substance permeates the entire constitution. As the true essence of the organs lies in this aqueous fluid in which resides the element of fire that gives it motion. This celestial dew is transmuted, in each and every organ, in a specific form. From these organs it goes to the kidneys and from there to two central spermatic foci in which semen is produced. These are created as works of art, from the archaeo, in all animal forms. Thus in the kidneys red becomes again white and a multiplicative vernicae force and viscous mood is imparted therein. From the kidneys it passes to the vats and from there through an outlet in the mother's womb. The intestine is the receptacle of impurities, which are the flammable substances of hot central fire. The site of ejection, of sperm, is a gathering point for fire-cold plant. Here it is well to note that all organs draw their own be of the substance of fire and fire itself is the doer that shapes them all. The fire resides in the heart, in the head and in the lungs fire becomes air, it imparts to the organs the spirit of the senses, fire itself is the creator of air, how much more fire is present in the celestial sphere, the head, the greater, the more penetrating and sharper becomes the intelligence. The peculiar quality of any kind of fire that originates from heat of the heart, will produce a corresponding effect on the air in the vault of the head and will have effects on the microcosm, why a flue launched from the upper vault of the head it is similar to the influence of a constellation, reflected on the seat of the senses. This flow makes the senses work through the members and organs of the body, whence you can know if the fire, air and the spirit of a man are good or bad. Enough has now been said, my worthy friends and colleagues, concerning the harmony of the macrocosm and the microcosm, triuna et catholica, for you to realize the harmony which reigns between the great and the small, threefold and universal world. Whoever does not can understand from this must remain mired in confusion and perplexity. So trust your real knowledge of two central foci, both the small and the great world being inferred, since from these spring all the humors of the constitution in their powers of dissolution and coagulation, of heat and cold. He who is aware of this surely possesses the knowledge of all diseases, meaning both universal and particular. Also, you need to know that there are only two ways of preparing true medicine. First, you must learn how to extract from a living body's stomach essences, without doing harm to the stomach nor to man himself, which can only be done by a true artist, and then that true medicine be prepared. Then you will possess real true knowledge in your own person and all men will receive from you a sufficient dose, but we have said enough to you about yourselves. The second way lies in the possibility that one learns to understand and prepare the picture of microcosmic essences and in that way do medicine correctly. Both ways are correct for the initiate and by knowing one also knows the other. Here we make a clear distinction between true alchemy and what is known as ordinary alchemy. The sophists cannot overcome these rocks, but they shipwreck against you. It is high time to declare how this knowledge point to God and Christ. I would, however, like to avoid all of the long speech, but I would like you to reflect on whether man does not intuit a premonition of the last judgment from the study of the book of Genesis, when he will be judged by Christ in person, for just as in our stomach the good is accepted and passes to the organs and the bad is rejected, so on that day of judgment the light will be separated out of darkness. For Christ hath described this day of judgment in Matthew 13, v. 41 and was appropriately manifested in Psalm civ. v. For who should be the judges? In order to create a harmonious relationship between this day and the art, I will now fully reveal what God, at that time, wanted to remain hidden and then demonstrate the argument so that you and all seekers have reason to pray to God to grant you all the gift of the Spirit and of His wisdom, that is, that there be given the power, arising from a knowledge of nature, to know Him, the Creator, to whom alone be honored for all time and eternity. Romans IV 20. Wisdom 13, v. 3, 5, 7. I think I have sufficiently demonstrated that it can find in nature a universal medicine. The one who doesn't believes it possible, he'll find that he won't help either the evidence of his own experiences. So, dear friends and colleagues, accept my small offer dictated by my generosity and do not doubt what I say about it of the certainty that is inherent in this art. And in any case, certain that what has become known hitherto has not become so through quick work, for it is by no means a little gift to receive this knowledge from God Himself. Seek, therefore, the answer to your question by reading Ecclesiastes chapter 4, v. 11, 12, 13, 14, for wisdom uplifts his children and receives those who seek it, those who have love it has life, whoever seeks it laboriously will have great joy, who is faithful to her, she will have great honor, what he undertakes, God will grant. I can demonstrate to you that all the different operations of the physician depend on, and are activated by, one single force, indeed, that all operations, though different in outward appearance, may in fact be known traced back, and in any case must be ascribed, to one single source. This is the only aspect of the substance that can worthy of the name of true medicine. This paradox is already been brought to your attention elsewhere, but due the length of the speech and the haste of my answer, the explanation was not obvious. In your letter, you ask me to write about it of the true basis of diastolic medicine. Why don't you have found no satisfaction in any author? Maybe you know that I have kept quiet on this subject for many important reasons, but so that you may be aware of mine goodwill towards you now, for the sake of our long friendship, to the best of my ability, I will inform you the following which, I hope, you will not think too little, for something of practical use may well follow, which may be demonstrated. Although there is much that I could point out to you, not only to satisfy a curiosity, but also in a useful way, I will not be able to reveal it either in this treaty nor in the letters I am writing to you, because I do not deem it appropriate that this is mentioned. My worthy friends, in all things and everywhere in the nature God has distributed a force which draws into itself and repels from itself, like a magnet by its characteristics, such as breath input, which force can verily be called the Arctic pole and the Antarctic pole. The inhalation is the very life of him, which is of spirit and fire, and it is light transformed into water, in the form of air, its own as man takes from the outside air when he breathes and returns the exhalation. It is certain that together with what is taken during the inhalation there is something else, besides the air, which is attracted. Many wonderful things are accomplished not only in medicine, but also in other arts, through this magnetic inhalation that I will reveal to you, albeit with one certain caution, yet clearly enough for those who have intelligence, and verily I once explained it to you completely enough in a letter. I will show what it is that comes drawn into all created things by inhalation and returned again with the exhale, and also the inference it can take advantage of this function. This breath is in the mummy of all things. It is a spirit body and a corporeal spirit. It is of the nature of a magnet tending towards its root and seat of origin, and if a part of it separates, the root keeps in itself the true life force together with the unctuousness of the spirit, that is, the spirit that arises and originates from the root, and as long as this root has life, it has within itself the seat and origin of the spirit. It is the principle of life itself and the mother of the spirit. It draws into itself what is its principle, through an inhalation of what is separate from it. Pay attention here, that this is the mother of all principles. Each principle generates its own spirit, i.e. the storm generates the temporal and the eternal generates the eternal only, and though here we are interested in the temporal, we can implicitly indicate a correspondence as from time to eternity. Now it is certain that in the gross and heavy body it is not there no principle of life, but only in the spiritual body, which is one invisible force that permeates all things. Thus, the principle vital always attracts into itself what is similar to it, and equally certainly it emits its own rays, exactly like the sun. In this way we establish the principle of constant motion. Now consider the magnet. We find that when the iron is suitably rubbed, is imparted to the iron magnetic force, which iron, when removed from the magnet, it will point to the North Pole. Through this demonstration we can easily see where a magnetic cure can originate from, which can be made active at a distance, and it can be shown that this active influence it inheres not only in man, but in all things, the existence of this northern inhaling force explains, through experiment, how the influence works. There is nothing in nature that is so much in harmony and in disharmony with all higher and lower forces, so as powerful and violent as man himself, because it is the microcosm. As long as man is alive, he possesses within himself the most powerful triple omnIAH magneticum vivum, which constantly inhales and exhales within itself, and if something separates itself from the root of this mumia, both through the art or through violence, then this root draws back to itself the lost part, most powerfully, which could not happen except that it exerts an attractive force originating from itself. The separated part has in itself exactly as much vim attractivum as has the stock or root, and in turn exerts a similar attractive force upon the mother root, and as the breath or influence from the root is filled with a life of fiery spirit, being a spiritus mumii vivi, ignis centralis duplicati, it causes, through this living breath, a fermentation or poisoning in the dead part separated from itself, and then the separated mumia becomes free from the shackles of the useless mortal envelope and becomes spiritualized and the like to a lively breath, and thus attracts the good balm of the mumia through the breath of the stump and live root up which she exerts greater traction. Similarly, the exhalation of blood in man, being a release of air, ferments the expelled blood from the veins, and through this the detached balm is released some blood. Once this becomes mobile, it attracts by new the breath of life to his stump and cures and heals the sick part. When you mix an aroma or a spice with the must or with beer, it is done through fermentation. The fermenting spirit does not cease to operate once the fermentation process. Similarly, when in the process the must is freed from the wine, together with the other blends, then the beer or wine mumia is impregnated with an extraneous force and immediately has a body, which is perceptible through the aroma and flavor after distillation. This simple experiment, so well known to you, serves as an example to show you that I know of some far more prodigious and intricate experiments, and precisely that the blood and vitriol and other mixtures, the adjunctorum omnIAH, ingredients of the material body, lead us to the seat of their origin or source and are of rapid fermentation and perform a fast sympathetic cure due to their identity with the origin being a magnetic force rooted in nature, but not inherent in man himself. This is because the mummy alive draws back again the part separated into itself from all body's materials. The cure is thus accomplished. The mummy life spirit of the blood is poured in the veins and attracted by the arteries, the remaining residue is contained in the vessels of the heart, so that, by this means, the breath of the strain can slowly draw it into itself. This fermentation fills the vitriol and soaks it with sunbeams together to the other mixture, making it fertile by the Sunday. The vitriol possesses a double sulfur nature, one, a metallic flammability, and the other, a vegetable flammability, endowed with salt bombs, of which each part has its own peculiar bomb homogeneous to the mumia of the human body. It is created by the sun, by its rays, a particular character being introduced into it by these rays which it vivify, with which the sun, which is the instrument of fire universal of nature, it brings motion and development to everything and is the doer of that rapid motion, although it itself is distant, which draws the breath to itself and gives all its strength to all things, throwing these impregnated forces out of himself and giving to each thing its portion. The air, which is the cold rarefied central fire, and the radical humidity, is made fertile by the warm benevolent rays of the sun and its sweet balsamic light. Just as the sun is universal instrument of radical humidity, which together, in their union, are the only cause of true fermentation in all things. The sun always remains the first and foremost engine, yet all motion is influenced by these two, both in their effects and in their magnetic properties, everywhere in the whole world, universal as well as particular. The fiery rays of the sun in the air absorb moisture radical as living force. I think I have sufficiently demonstrated that in the mumia alone resides the magnetic sympathy and antipathy of all things. Whatever is awakened in these two, will produce matching results. He who has freed himself from the shackles of darkness can perform the greatest wonders, for he knows how to act most skillfully and how to use and apply the universal tool of heat and cold, thus being able to work great miracles, which it does not is unknown to you. You can not only perform a cure, but other wonderful things can be done, which I will not do mention, but all transmutations are based on this done. Though the sun is the root cause of all motion occult, strange things are also done by the moon, that is a cold fire, and so also from the stars. It is evident that many things in nature are governed by the moon, being decomposed by her splendor. Some things are renewed, while others disappear altogether. The mummies of the sick and the dead are powerfully influenced by the moon, and this applies remarkably to both the good and the bad. I must remain silent, however, on the real causes, since yes could misuse this knowledge. The universal magnet is present in every organ, not only in man himself, but in every part of all created beings. Similarly, a peculiar vital body is found in all created beings, similar to an opening or hole of air, closely related to the imaginative power in man, which can function at a distance by working through the universal medium, which is near to all things, without which nothing can exist. This power of imagination can extend many thousands of miles of distance. That such mummial and magnetic breath exists and is set in motion by heat is clearly demonstrated by plants, especially fruit trees, and in particular way in the vine. The sun exerts this magnetic force through its rays, giving out breath and again drawing it back, thus setting the force into action, so that its Arctic and Antarctic poles begin to function. The influence of the breath which has come from the sun produces an effect on the wine, since we observe that the wine is closed in cellars and barrels many miles away from any vineyard begins to ferment without artificial assistance. Their mumia is freed from the wine and becomes a sparkling element which is drawn back to its live stock in the vineyard by the influence of the sun and later returns to the wine in the cask. You can see that this happens to all fruits, such as apples, pears, etc., and from this you can understand that many vegetables do not turn green in summer or winter, but in spring, and although they possess aromatic properties late in the season, nevertheless they lose all their strength unless they are harvested when they are fresh and green every year. When the strength of the sun, the tool of bomb universal and mummy fire, causes the roots of trees release their salts and the trees begin to emit a breath in the radical moisture of the earth and air, then you will clearly observe that the fruits begin to shed the best of their smell, color and aroma. Consider whether there is not some great mystery and unknown wonder in all this, and whether there is not some enticement to delve into this topic. I leave it to you to be the judges of it and gain understanding of these matters. We see that everything is attracted to itself and again emitted must be of a spiritual nature, and that which absorbs the spiritual nature must be fixed. Therefore these two, the fixed and the volatile, the spiritual and the corporeal, are two natures opposites, but possessing an affinity for each other. Here we briefly mention Hippocrates, who put on the finger on mouth. All that is attracted to itself and freed from itself must be of a spiritual nature, while that which absorbs and retains the spiritual nature must be fixed. Now in edible and invigorating medicinal substances, both the spiritual and the fixed are good in their respective natures, but in poisonous medicines it is not so, because in these the volatile must be made mature by artificial means, those prepared by nature are bad. Only landline is good. The fixed is the method of attraction, because it attracts its own poison and becomes a fixed medicine that needs a particular method of treatment, and how much more violent it is the poison the more powerful it is, because the poison is the volatile that weakens or hardens in the cold or in the heat, corroding everything. The mummy stares. Once the poison is released, it becomes a living and vivifying heat which, introduced into its right elixir, it can make one mature. Its own volatile, immature poison can therefore be mutated with appropriate method and art into a prodigious medicine. Before all this can be accomplished to perfection it takes a long time, and a lot has to stay locked away in the safe case of my pen. Now I will show you that a medicine can be made from mumia stairs, citing two examples or experiments, which I do for the sake of our mutual friendship and goodwill, and here I give you proof. Anyone who has absorbed arsenic or some other poison metallic must be cured by administering an antidote made of arsenic mixed with a fixed nitro. The person must be kept warm, and by the grace of God he will stay well again after a few doses. This treatment is also good for plague which originates from a substance mineral, and for the sake of our old friendship and mutual consideration, being dear friends and colleagues of a so renowned academy, I can only introduce you to one note of the contents of my medicine cabinet by antifebrile and arsenical medicines that I have prepared in Germany and Italy and in Algiers. As for the preparation, it is as follows. SP, white arsenic 1-3. Pulverize and mix with a third party of acid. You come. Evaporate until it is completely dry and add cyprinel. Tartar Ana 1-3. Pulverize and mix with the arsenic aforementioned. Reduce to ashes, crush and mix in a crucible. It would have to be reduced to ashes again and you will get a whitish yellow mass. Crush it and mix with sinnap. Native 1-3. To be kept for use in tightly closed glass, so that air humidity does not reach it. You should know that in ordinary cases you can take a spoon of these medicines without any bad result, either not even indisposition. The dose for children is the same, given in a suitable medium. You can even give 2 or 3 spoons and is a completely ordinary recipe in the use of medicine cabinet contents for one treatment of 3 or 4 days. I could show you many examples of other treatments, and the pagan academicians, unbelievers, can call them by the name they want. You know that there is a mummy in the fixed parts of the legs of poisonous animals, which contains a certain healing property and an antidote to their poison? This antidote is also effective in the case of a bite from an angry dog. The angry dog calcined body ash, applied internally and externally, affects a certain cure. This poison, from hydrophobia, is very dangerous and quick above all others, as it emanates from the creator spirit of images in the living body of the dog and infects with its venom anything. Fixed mummy quickly attracts her volatile element in itself, which fills it. From this it can be given sufficient proof of the influx from the higher into the lower, accompanied by remote influence. So it is that every creature has its own vortex, inhaling and exhaling one's breath. It is a great art to learn how one can open the vortex in one's own way, each thing, and draw them towards each other with greed and goodness intentional results. The constellation vortex of the mind is always open. It exhales a peculiarly strong breath and it draws him back into itself from the lower world. The vortex of the creatures in the lower world repeatedly closes, for the most part, after drawing the breath into oneself good and pure of the mental constellation. You should have one purpose, that is, find the key to open and close, then you will have the real art of uniting the lower with the higher and making them fertile. Then you will have performed a miracle. Remote active influence can better than any other what to be compared to the human power of imagination. The constellation of the mind emanates a male spirit. The lower world emits a mist from itself upward steam. These two meet, and if the conjunction were to take place near the moon, then the lower and the more high become united and spiritual, and the constellation of men it attracts them to you. But if, on the contrary, the conjunction will have place near the earth, then the highest becomes corporeal and falls down, as seen when the rain falls and when the clouds are close to the earth. Thus the power of the star becomes a visible element on earth. When the lower vapors are pure, this conjunction produces pure Gemini, or twin element. And now mine know thyself, and at the end. Think about it, this treatise. My worthy friends, I will move on to my entry into the truth, medicine still unknown, whose truth has not been still unveiled at the academia. The unknown curious drug. Nothing is safer, noble gentlemen and loyal friends, than those who seek after knowledge of nature are diverted from the via regia by a multiplicity of voices and opinions. This in the same way is an obstacle to those who already follow it, but eventually they realize of the trap. We find that among so many illustrious men each of them tries most forcefully to defend the own preconceived opinion. There is no man who, having presented something to the world, has not been rejected as a result and despised by some and at the same time praised and supported by others. We can forgive some men for the ignorance they demonstrate to possess, and we can excuse others for their intense desire to learn something new. Nonetheless, it is from this condition that such a great diversity of doctrine, that so many are formed seven, and that there are many principles in natural sciences uncertain. A school recognizes 5 elements, namely the regions heavenly, fire, air, water and earth. Another group reject the first element and approve the other 4. One third group swears by air, water and earth, and they are no less those who maintain that in these days the elements are limited to water and fire. Some scholars are inclined towards the theory of the weaker yielding to the stronger in nature, such as agent and patient, and an immediate example is found in the man and his consort, which example is self-evident and to which you can hold on with both hands or, as one is commonly inclined to express it, the warmth and inborn heat together with humidity are at the root of them all the things. There is in mercury and sulfur a certain hope that let those who base their arguments on salt effectively make the Trinity perfect. Acids and alkalis, which are the newest principles invented among the latest theories, they have their researchers, and the brains of these people has been so misled that they are almost dumb and blind. Such is the effect of violent bitterness on their eyes and ears that their hands find nothing beyond their tangled hair. The result is innumerable books, all playing the lyre in unison, and the exceptions are the works of Paracelsus, Helmont, Verullanus, and a few others. It is certain that all the multiplicity of books, which they exalt these notions of natural sciences that already exist thoroughly investigated, produce only one endless repetition of one and the same thing. They differ only in the style of exposition and the degree of bias. At first sight there seems to be abundant wisdom, which on closer inspection amounts to very little. They add innumerable commentaries to these books. They publish them in a succinct form in which each writer, while supplying an explanatory note, manages to introduce a praise your opinion. Translations into languages follow foreign. Statements by professors are quoted and given certain passages and arguments to be printed. Thousands of people they open bookstores and make money on publishing these books, thus promoting the tide of controversy and causing nothing less than an obscurity about chemical ideas and an extravagant philosophy. This constant repetition in which I was captured by the network of natural sciences, led me to a road of which I hastened to avail myself, as I longed for that I was granted possession of the jewels hidden in the womb of nature, with greater speed and certainty than it seemed likely that it would happen to others. I started with chemistry, firmly convinced in my own intimate that this science would be of great help to me in the practice of medicine, and feeling confident that I would travel the Via Benedetta, but oh! Vanity of vanities! I was looking for the light in the darkness, the wisdom from the world. Imagine my amazement when, thinking of leading a life emancipated from all doubt, suddenly I found myself deprived of hope. As I filled my listeners' ears with mine agent and patient, with my fire and my water, the sulfur and mercury, and with their mediator, air and salt, all these suddenly became a network for me terrifyingly intricate. I found it useless to draw, by means of rhetoric, abstractions from nature, which were not supported by truth in logic. The elements, which were stronger than the gods my principles, escaped the set of rules on their secret character that I had formed. They contradicted the inferences arising from my thoughts, they conquered them, weakened my theory and contested it. Mine lay their art, spurious as it was. Logic and rhetoric, both frightened, fled from my grasp without more noise. That's it, I stood there, alone, like another Iro, robbed of my possessions and despising others for what they had, even if it had been poorly acquired. I saw no chance to help anywhere in the world, and in anguish and in doubt where to seek advice, I called upon heaven in all humility. But the daily and nightly meditations did nothing but fill my weary heart with further restlessness. I began to despise worldly things. I purified mine heart and purged it of pride, and yearned with burning desire for nothing but to worship God above all and love my neighbor as myself. I then became certain that the Almighty Spirit of God infuses the eternal and universal agent into the hearts of those in whom He dwells, and thereafter the heart casts off the darkness and radiates the eternal light of the truth. And so I prostrated myself before God and confessed with tears my weakness and my ignorance, praying often fervently from the bottom of the heart to listen to me in His mercy, and that He would illuminate me with eternal light of the truth. As I lay sobbing before God, I was illuminated by the eternal light and saw, as in a clear mirror, the basis of the truth being revealed to me by the all-embracing divine force of the eternal Spirit. I saw the first matter of all created things, viscous water, oval in shape, attached to its point of origin and surrounded by the Spirit of God. Great pit, it remained motionless, dark, cold and empty, but the divine word fiat was infused into you by the uncreated agent, and therefrom it received life and became enlivened by this blessed Spirit of salvation. One came off first spirit of the highest purity, which we may truly call the eternal soul. The densest part, the supreme good, it was shaped like a sphere, like a fetus surrounded by chaos of the remaining matter. These served in place of the light in the process of birth, since though the firmament it was not yet really created. I sensed that there was a divine splendor that shone through perfection of the sublime light, by which I was induced to contemplate the inexpressible majesty of the blessed with joyful soul. The part lower, the feces of salvation, it was so scary, dark and terrible, that the eye could not contemplate its functions without trepidation. Thus were the three divided and detached from each other on the other, that is, the limpid, the turbid and the median. The clear took the highest, the murky was cast down, and the half remained mostly motionless. The clear water and the higher it remained above the celestial vault, the degree higher than prededication. The dense substance weighed down by a medium aqueous stood firmly below. The motion came and caused a separation out of the waters, and the dense part became visible and stood still in the midst of the waters. That is had just happened that innumerable herbaceous plants, shrubs and trees began to form and float, and to little by little they assumed their proper forms. Thus originated the flowers, fruits and seeds from the purest waters of the higher sphere. The two lights, the great and the small, they cast their rays upon the lower aqueous medium and bulbido, and in a wonderful way they dried it. The median gave rise to many species of animals that spread throughout the clear vault of the firmament, in the green places. The quadrupeds immediately began to increase and multiply and spread throughout the world. From the trinity of the waters, finally, an animal of an extremely unusual kind was formed, and man, our first created being, came out of the energy of the most excellent of the three waters, but lacking the capacity of motion, into whose head the Creator, the Most High, breathed something from the light above, and subsequently, through the nose, the eternal fluid, which I have called the soul of the waters. Thus, man is the noblest of the creatures, formed by the most excellent ointment of the Pui High and of the lowest. Thus, he received life full of sublimity and power, drawn from the highest and the lowest, to be strengthened and helped by both. The last act was to confine the attractive force, the universal magnet, in a dark, damp cavity. Through this universal magnet they are drawn to the highest and lowest two similar bodies, which are the first distinct substances to emerge from the mass. One is the Most High glory and is of great use to man, the other is a perennial testimony of the perfect creation. Observing this, I ventured into it. I took one part and with great zeal I examined it. They just showed up the same functions. The parties separated in an urgent motion. Once again the watery medium which contained the light and darkness separated into the highest, middle and most waters bass, in which I saw with my own eyes the rebirth of a radiating world. After I had cleansed it of darkness I had allowed the light to emerge. But it was perverted, and not I just got it back together again. The three separate parts they remained quietly each to their own account. Now, I was certain that the great boon of heaven granted by God to man could be produced from that cavity in nature, so that the eye could see it, and I was surprised of the singularity of the location, and I wondered which ones might be his property. I remembered that here, in front of my eyes, there was what the wise seek, and I called to mind that silence commanded by Hippocrates, since I longed not to be called by God to account for the revelation of this secret to the world. I know there are many pious and faithful people to whom I would gladly communicate a little of the knowledge I have attained, but that depends entirely from the will of God. Thus it is, my worthy lords, that I have decided to show once again, with my writings, to those who pray so sincerely and work so tirelessly, the true, unique and undoubted principle of nature, and to show that the elements, principles and causes hitherto believed, they can accomplish nothing. And I do not doubt that this novelty and new truth will satisfy yours excellencies of the Research Academy. There are hostile spirits who make themselves felt with harsh menace. I don't worry about them, as I will remain steadfast in this new truth professed through the grace of God and against the whole world of doctors of medicine, and until I'll be alive I won't be discouraged, but I will defend vigorously this truth. You must have noticed, my worthy friends, that I am not attacked only with words and through quotations from obscure authors whose works are so detested, but also with regard to other issues that the seriousness of the matter demands that they be taken into consideration. I will profit by, and make good use of, these charges, as with great diligence I will make these people a genuine report on the truth presented by me both in theory and in practice. I say, therefore, that by the grace of God everything springs from a simple, created element, i.e. viscous water which, by means of the divine aqueous medium and a process of separation, produces millions of forms, in which all things have their own beginning and from which all subsequent things are produced. I will write on the thinnest and the densest light and darkness in one future treatise, as you wish, to demonstrate that the subtle, the intermediate and the dense originate in the light, in water and earth, as they are sometimes called, but these are not the first matter, which some ignorant they say it is only confusion and chaos. It is viscous water which is the origin, specially formed in an allo environment at the same time subtle and dense, through the divine motion. The largest part is the middle water, which is released as liquid, the remainder is no longer viscous, yet all three are created in such a way that whenever the median is again united with the penetrant in one motion regular they always determine a generation of shapes. The first and only element, viscose water, is water dry are drawn to a universal magnet, which continues to draw not only the fluid water, but also the volatile air and hold them, then, by a gradual motion and an active process, they are again brought to be water. Earth is produced through the penetrating nature of air, which releases it in the form of a thick and sticky sap, sufficient for the generation process. So, in the process of generation, the earth is the body, the air is the soul, the water is the spirit, which successively brings the nourishment for growth. Thus, all things spring from the three waters which, when united, give the first radical water fruitful. In such motion and generation, that portion of the matter of the three waters which nature finds superfluous to her needs for the production of its forms, is expelled. The most penetrating and superfluous part returns to the atmosphere, the median water and the dense parts return to a still denser earth retaining nothing of the atmosphere. The water and earth are broken down and reassembled, earth returns to water by a natural process, water returns to air, then again, by attraction, the air returns to water, the water to the earth. It is known to the true doctor that everyone the generated bodies eventually return to the earth, to the air and finally to water, yet not even the smallest part perishes totally or is completely dispersed. The majesty above uses nature's circle for the preservation of all things beginning afresh where they end, the dense is made tenuous and the tenuous dense. The nature it does not need for this motion the flame of fire, neither he needs, as some dream, the assistance of the angelic hosts. The universal agent, the uncreated spirit, eternal, who can all instills heat, fire, light, energy and water, and all these cannot do without to suffer to be led where they are led. Air and earth move away from clear water, just as branches reach out from a tree and become separate limbs of the same element, yet they are not the element itself. The original water, becoming an element, no longer holds the form of the elemental viscous water, having become thinner and more fluid, and thus deserves the name of element more than light or earth. The earth and air can by themselves change into fluid water, and this can be caused by the ingenuity of the operator. Many have erred in the philosophy of fire, considering the instability of our magnet. Water is the basis in which the ether is reduced, but this is not done by means of a violent condensation or compression of the air, but through the energy of our universal magnet, the earth, which it embraces tightly, and of our Tessa. The theory that proposes that the air and the earth, which in their own nature are completely distinct from each other, they are therefore in opposition to each other, it is entirely false. He who assumes that the elements conflict, believes in a fairy tale. Those who write that the natural agent is innate warmth and other such dreams are mistaken. Those who hold that common fire is an element, they are blind, considering that it destroys, disrupts and kills. Natural elements are used to develop a proper and adequate substance that is neither earth-shattering, neither cruel nor deadly. Some chemistry professors say which is not meant a flaming destructive fire, but I confess I don't know what this bomb could be imagined, which is an innate fire, a sulfur, a central medium, an acid that commonly functions, warms, nourishes and sustains and penetrates the most intimate being of things. That fire is this? In what sense is it meant? Absolutely not, I know. The other fire, which is called by that name and which goes under the name of element because of the excellence of him, is a substance from the first origin, or fire, that it is not fire, but the salt of nature which the water created for first. It is therefore the second matter. So the first fire loses the element name and has instead become a corrosive and destructive acidity, and not of the nature of an element whose action is gentle, patient, and fit for the work of creation. I will first set forth the nature of this substance in the explanation of the princes, as they are called, and then the other. We describe fire as a preternatural motion of the salt of nature, which is stimulated or via a violent external motion or by an internal fermentation motion, by which it becomes hot. The plus part noble and mature water, sal naturae, is made to foam, and since it cannot bear the unusual motion and the always intense elevation of his nature, it is extinguished violently like a flash. I have already said that fire can occur from bodies in a double way, that is, through violent motion internal or external. Of the external way you have several cases, however, example when you bewitch tinder and tinder together, or a stone on another. In the East Indies, when rubbing with each other the hard thick reeds called bamboo, they emit sparks. The cause of this is salt, by and large amount. Wheelwrights have a custom: they burn hardwood and slimy of the oak by fixing it to a grindstone and subjecting it to violent rapid rotation, thus reducing it to carbon of wood. When I was studying at a famous gymnasium, I saw a young man with oily, shiny dark hair, which gave off sparks when he rubbed them vigorously, which was so surprising certain professors who hadn't studied much physics that they considered a prodigy. As an example of preternatural motion, there is the well-known phenomenon that occurs in the hay, in roots, plants, and the like, by fermentation. It is the salt of nature that animates the fire which, by becoming too swollen, it deteriorates, becomes acidic and corrosive, which it is always shown above the ground when the orderly process of nature is disturbed. That this is a salt is clearly demonstrated by both its nature and its sustenance, since in dissolution it is fed by fats and substances oily, and these are saline substances. A salt can easily be made from any distilled oil. In flames, yes, produces a residue which is a salt and an earth. This acidity common is quite well known to professors. When this central saline force is brought into close contact with a body, attacks it, and acting as a poison causes it to self-destruct. But he who uses it carefully and applies it properly can bring great benefit to men. God, the great craftsman, has given this world more little to men and made them his overseers of the works into this lower realm, giving them the gift of fire, the preternatural motion, as their aid in arts and crafts humans, since man is not able to command and use the divine and supernatural agent. We awaken, stimulate, and bring water to a degree of condensation, by fire, but we have no power to make a natural and homogeneous dissolution. Experiments can be done, but there is only one, so far, which is full of obscure confusion and is misinterpreted. Unless fill us with the Spirit of God, we know neither the beginning nor the end of nature. Above all, we know nothing of the magnet, of the atmosphere of the terrestrial world, nor, most important of all, our cavernous abode. When we get hold of this knowledge, the theory of fire in our art gives us much help and strength in our happy task. It is therefore so surprising that the professors of chemistry wander so far from the via regia when they seek the origin of things in fire, that flaming element. The first elements, when subjected to a mighty flame and various other operations, acquire an abortive shape which is vastly different from their original shape. In the animal and plant kingdoms the elements acquire a flammable, oily substance, which is sulfur, a substance spirited and watery, which is mercury, and the rest, the feces, the caput mortuum, is salt. In the mineral kingdom there is a flowing mercury and a burning sulfur. Under these names, yes, they must mean fire, water, air, and earth. We will demonstrate, however, by a more careful investigation, that these poor distillers, professors of chemistry, do not they have no correct idea of anything at all. Sulfur and mercury are, as first beginnings, only an invention and not they are nothing but salt and water. I will leave out their animal, plant and mineral kingdoms because, to begin with, it is oily and watery spirit, together with earth and ashes, combined with salt, it can be turned into water, such as occurs in metals and minerals which, completely changing their substance, actually become, through the art, again salt and water. This happens in a universal dissolution, through the action of the air, and in this dissolution there is neither mercury nor sulfur, which would be necessarily discovered if they were inherent in the first beginnings. I have, however, produced mercury from the animal, the mineral, and the metallic, and I have found, moreover, that these mercuries have produced an increase in metals via other additions from the animal kingdom, but this augment was alien to, coexisting with, and adherent to the body. The first effect is produced by putrefaction, as demonstrated by the tartaric acid which can be found in the vines. The second effect it is produced by the violence of the fiery element. From tartarus, simple, and other salts a current mercury is produced, such as my research has taught me. As for mineral bodies, being impure due to foreign substances adhering to them, can only be made of pieces and refined in the fire. I also know how to produce ores and metals from the earth from shards and other fatty lands, in different ways. This is not there unknown, and the method is to use the inherent force do not use the violence of fire. I also obtained a union of this fat earth with some other mixture, as I have demonstrated in the presence of your predecessors in Berlin. This was erroneously called the electum immaturum of Paracelsus at the time by your Hermes Balduinus. Their mixture was placed in a calcining fire, after a few hours had calcined and I placed the powder in a glass container. Then I made it percolate from certain distilled drops, giving time for the assimilation process. After a few days they appeared numerous bubbles of current mercury that until the container was hot they wandered on the solvent and also on the mineral, but when the vessel was cooled these drops sank to the bottom and disappeared from sight. From it would appear that mercury is the first principle in the element mineral, because these drops disappeared so fast. For the body had been burned by the power of the flames, mercury must have originated from mineral. So, unless it was generated from ore or from a regeneration or from the union of the salt with the drops filtered distillates, I will not explain here the cause or origin of both. It can well be said that it was created by a regeneration of the metal or a mixture, which shows that the first inception mercurial was produced from nothing. I will consider a miracle worker that chemist who will be able to extract a current mercury by the putrefaction, calcination, reverberation and assimilation of any animal, metallic or other substance or from its own or to mercury itself. This, however, is quite impossible following merely the known processes, or the adopted art, by the artist. As for me, I have often dissolved gold and silver through the pure influence of our magnet, without fire or any corrosive agent, and I claim that none artista could have done it, unless he knew of metaphysical science, through constant work and having converted to new and different methods. The dissolved and decomposed body produces nothing but salt and water and, of course, nothing comes to light that I could describe by the name of sulfur or whatever. From other metals and minerals I have extracted an incombustible tincture and a colored substance, oily and, to a certain extent, point, which burns, and with further operations, this substance it takes on a wonderful, lustrous salt coating. Hence, those who argue that mercury and sulfur they are the fundamental principles of all existing bodies, yes stray from the right path and bring their mistakes to the daylight, since it is in the soul and in the spirit that in reality radically inhere in first principles. My experimental discoveries prove that the oil and spirit of bodies metals, which others claim are mercury and sulfur, they are really only a salt. And so is the caustic theory that chemists, in the past dozen years, have so highly esteemed and praised, it falls to the ground. She is perished, yes, Ed suffered a tremendous shipwreck because, having deceived countless people with their disputes, they are not managed to produce a real light with their research in the nature. Sulfur has consumed the properties of many, mercury current has ruined and driven others from their homes and from their homeland to some other nation. Now, it's up to us to do another investigation on a third thing, the sale, his fame, strength, and virtue, I won't underestimate that in the slightest salt. To tell the truth, as long as I have breath I will decant it as the most precious of the first principles which, together with the light, with the water and to the earth, for which it is like a center in the middle of one circumference, is what the wise seek. It is, as the says Maestro Basilio, an all in all, is the best guide to the knowledge of nature, and he further admonishes us, if you cannot find the all in the all, then seek it in meditation within you, for like it he closes the door, so he also opens it. Look at the northern lights scattered across the sky, they illuminate the earth and the waters with the supreme splendor of their rays. This is the first, and also the last, between the phenomena of all things in nature. O, blessed spirit! O, temporal salvation of the men, hardly praised enough by the sages! This is the mercury and sulfur sought by the chemist. A pure substance, penetrating, illuminating, fixing. And now you should know that I mean common table salt, salt volatilized and created through the action of fire. With it I prepared a grain of the noblest substance, perfectly ripe and acceptable, which is filtered to the humblest of substances from the most excellent of the first principles, deriving from the soul of all things. It is the so-called salt of nature, the first created, non-corrosive, non-acrid, which hurts not, very penetrating, astringent, comforting, laxative, solvent, and when kept to the natural way and motion, it is digestive, coagulating and maturing. It is the eternal and universally efficacious medium, which I have called the supernatural will of God. It is a substance in reality, drawn from the central point of a threefold water and by continual motion rendered noble and mature. She deserves to be called the soul of all existing things, the salt of nature. It is found everywhere. Adam brought it from paradise, yet it has a quality peculiar, as it is more abundant in some places than in others and is less present in one place than in another. So we, among the scholars of the academics, have rejected old and worn theories and prejudices. There are three kingdoms, the lowest is under the feet of men, the median is in the animals and in plants, the highest, as I have explained, is beyond above, and in this we have our being. It exists impregnated with immature, condensed and impure elements, that's a lot remote which, being hampered by its own futility, does not can attract into itself the pure emanations of the higher sphere, not even in 100 years, and so it cannot mine or create anything. The higher realms are composed of the purest elements and nobles with which they are endowed by the Most High. These realms are remote and inaccessible, yet by virtue of a magnet, those adepts who research in divine works, can extract and use something from the constellations and the regions supernal, that is, a substance, salt. The middle region possesses the salt of nature which attracts from the upper regions and lower and emits from itself. I could reveal these secrets of nature, but due of the lack of time and space, putting my finger on mouth, I will demonstrate what little I can and the most is seen part tile, with my pen, concerning the approximate seat of the salt of nature, for that is what I am allowed. In the median region there is a cavity, if I may call it thus, which is the abode of pain and joy. Its inhabitant is the magnet and chaos of salvation. It contains so much fruitful salt of nature as much as can be found in everything the world. It is visible in a light-colored viscose robe and recognized by the stench. When it is pulled out, it is not appreciated at all, and is thrown away in disgust. It can happen with work, but not with money. Once procured, there is some enough to last forever. As this ascends, the primal element in nature, it is pushed away from the attraction of the magnet, cleansed, purified and brought into contact with another substance, arouses a heat in the motion and again becomes an agent. It opens, penetrates and assists the dense and raw substances from turn into water, dissolves metals and minerals, which are themselves only the products of motion, and transforms them into water, thereby producing a saline fluid similar to itself, through which the original metal receives perfection and is superior in character. For example, when it dissolves gold by the application of this salt, as a radical dissolver by the force of its own nature and its own motion, the external color enlivens, ennobles and exalts the gold to such an extent that it becomes far superior to the common and gross substance found in the earth. When this processed salt is applied to metals vili, it exalts these metals, with its influence, and there transmutes to the excellence of ordinary common gold. From this salt derives the universal solvent, the coagulated water of nature, the vitriol of the microcosm, the mercury of the philosophers which, due to its usefulness, has been anxiety sought by many dozens of men, but that's how it is little known. This salt, this substance is known to me, and I declare that in a 2-acre field I saw the simple, feces, sale della nature, without its impure coating, and in that field there were also vigorous fruits. In the preparation of substance, first the useful is separated from the useless, profit comes then purified and divided into 3. The crude is evaporated and absorbs the superior, the median fluidity, with the least part important, remain as dead. Then when it is extracted, the impurity that remains in excess, the upper part enhances the inner through the middle, and the 3 parts make the gold. This leads an incessant fertility, honored guests, which is salt itself, which I mentioned earlier. I will now briefly state the next principle, which 6 I have demonstrated by experiment, so that you may better and more exactly understand what acids are and alkalis, which are considered, by scholars in all parts of the world, to be effervescent and acrid in character. Having for grace of God including natural salt, and having procured it, I will begin with the following experiment. My practice revealed many prodigies, since I not only obtained what the ancient philosophers affirmed, but I came to know new substances, hitherto largely unknown due to indifference and contempt. I inverted the normal order of nature in its multiplicity, and drawing from a single substance, duly composed and unified, in a single operation I obtained from the salt of nature an acid and igneous, a corrosive material which, with great wonder, I investigated further, and following this he introduced himself to my attention a hidden alkaline mass, and when I had them separate from each other and purify each in a way special, since some salt was still present in the feces of nature, by the aforementioned decomposition, I purified them both again and found that I had lost a part of the former weight, but then I obtained a better salt than the former, from which I experiment, and others like it. I learned that acid and alkali are not first elements, but are substances degenerate in nature, then in their density are hampered by too rapid a motion and, propelled by this motion, degenerate and divide into 2 preternatural substances which, of course, by our ability, are reunited again and a single regenerated body is produced. This process, however, is unknown to our Chancellor Tachenius, since he does not know that the result is produced by our invisible magnet, which acts on the salt of nature. In the whole world there is not another single element simple, except the magnet of our terrestrial cave, by which, without any unnatural division into alkali and acid and without fire, man can obtain the true, simple and immutable salt of nature. We cannot consider the other elements, why not we are able to extract, with the violence of fire, that which is hidden therein, namely the acid and the alkali. Salt can be changed to thick or thin, the second becomes an acid, the former an alkali, both are soft and perishable, and not they can be reintegrated by any method except radical conjunction. In this process it shows up in the salt such a voracity to unite with other blends, that it seems to come greedy in its strong desire to come out of the shell and reunite in an embrace. Sometimes, in this process, moisture watery in course, due to a very strong motion and compression, it will boil and attract another form, and therefore the acid and alkali will appear as degenerate substances, and after having strayed from the ordered way of nature, they will return to a true way and a better compound. With this experiment the preternatural character of the acid was demonstrated. I dissolved the silver with the salt of nature and placed it in a tightly closed glass, on the heat, waiting for a much more perfect, noble and regenerated metal to derive from it, but the experiment had not been conceived well, and the sale della nature degenerated together with the silver until it became an acidic and sulfurous mineral, and I no longer perceived it. I produced from lead, with iron and a magnet, a mineral similar to antimony, and from other minerals I have obtained a current mercury and also a common vitriol. I have found that all minerals, all lower metals, like also lead and fluid minerals, and also many acids and vegetable alkali, they are all immature and degenerate. So I recommend in all cases of disease and acid wounds the medicines peculiar to them, namely the volatile and coagulated alkali, which is the only true panacea for their cure. Among surgeons there are few who have contemplated nature's door, only to despise her in favor of it, who know by vague sensation or intuition and skill, that they can heal such acid wounds using fats and oily substances, but even this they know only so far as it puts them able to fill his bags of gold. I am here forced to inculcate how irresponsible and erroneous those theories are who think they can treat with syrups, long-preserved dried herbs, concoctions, powders and innumerable infusions, prepared by highly suspicious methods, to which they cling the sick, albeit with aversion, in the hope of recovering health. How much strength can a pound of herbs lose? What can it absorb a juice? What can an infusion impart? With the best art of the chemist and with a reliable method to dissolve bodily substances, we can make sure but a small portion of nature's radical salt, the real force of things. Don't sell lees for wine. Shell for kernel, vice for virtue. Don't fool a crowd of sick people asking for help, giving them such useless medicines. What you throw away as waste is much more useful than what hold. Why not prepare a salt, an oil, a spirit, instead of so many poultices, caustic substances, mustard greens, decoctions, infusions and syrups? Why not prepare a single compound with the ingredients? Such concentrated medicine would be a remedy 3 times more potent than a whole pound of herbal powder. The patient would recover soon. In this way so many pharmacies would not be needed nor such a quantity of medicines. The noble art of medicine consists in applying only a few rules. Many righteous men have condemned the whims and childish ideas esteemed today, since there is only one disease and only one medicine. I have enough said. I will now attempt to show that in acids and in alkalis there are no first principles, but only salt of nature degenerate, preternatural and separate, and therefrom you will be absolutely convinced through a research and investigation of nature by my drug still unknown, both in theory and in practice. Here I want to reveal one unknown secret concerning the salt. It is a real and useful liquefaction of black and calcined salts much desired by chemists and doctors. And here you can briefly take note that there is no salt in nature that is naturally salt-fixed, because it is always fluid up to a certain point. What we consider fixed is too dry and burnt and weakened by the liming effect of the fire. To make sure the lost part can be returned from the air, the following universal method is used. Take the calcined salt, which is, by nature, heavy, dissolve it in water and place it in a non-new and opaque glazed. When it has become sufficiently weak, separate the salt from the salt water, by means of evaporation, over a fire, so that the salt rises in the neck of the jar, and when the jar is exposed to air, the salt will it grinds to such an extent that it becomes fluid again, and sticks to the surface of the vessel, looking like wool. It can be gathered in small handfuls, and it can be sublimed with the following peculiar method. Take calcined salt of tartar of the necessary strength, pour wine vinegar over it distilled, and put it in a slow boiling retort. The vinegar remains to soak the dissolved salt for a philosophical month, 40 days. After the imbibition process, remove the vinegar and an almost transparent crystalline salt remains on the bottom. Rake it from the bottom and pour distilled rain water over it and clean it of its feces. Filter it many times and therefore you will obtain a fairly clear white salt from the distiller, after repeated immersions in the sea bath of non-flammable spiritus vini. Let it soak again for a month in the spiritus vini, and finally when the spiritus vini is evaporated over a portable stove, the salt is sublimed, and with a smile on your lips you will see the volatile salt of tartarus that sticks to the sides of your glass vessel. There is an easier method. Take a pound of sulfur common and 1/2 pound of salt of tartar or some other salt calcined. Sulfur can be melted over a fire in a crucible, and salt of tartar, finely pounded, should be added to the sulfur. With a wooden pestle stir the salt in liquefied sulfur and place it on hot coals when the mass will acquire the consistency of pitch. Pour this mass in a slightly moistened wooden dish and, keeping it warm, pour it with stirring into a hot mortar, knead, then pour over a sufficient quantity of spiritus vini, 2 inches above the level of the mass. That is immediately takes out the tincture of sulfur, which separates from the residue. From these feces and tincture, by means of a strong fire, you will obtain the volatile salt of tartar in a few hours rectified from the acid salt of sulfur. Due to lack of time, I have to leave out talking about other methods. In the meantime, make good use of the secret that I have disclosed, and I beg you and your colleagues to accept this introduction to the secrets of nature, since through it your mind will be stimulated by new ideas, you will change them your opinions, and you will found new schools. In this way I am sure you will reach it easier and faster, the secrets of nature. I must, however, repeat so that they're both driving and viscous water is the one and only element of all things, that the first principles really are, and without no doubt, the air, the water and the earth, that the trinity of these principles it creates nothing except from unity, that the primary origin of the elements, or the center, is salt, that the living quality is stronger in the earth, that his spirit is more in the water, that his soul is more in the air, and that salt can be changed into 1,000 forms in harmony with the motion of nature. Seek, therefore, the salt of the animal, the vegetable and the mineral in none other than the air, which hovers around us, in the air, I mean. The magnet, from which it is readily attracted, God gave it to us in the rough, and grant that let only those who seek him come to know him, moved above all by wisdom, both in love and in fear of the majesty of the Trinity. This magnet is animal, vegetable and mineral in its nature, and is not earth, dew, fog, rain, stone, saltpeter, mercury, salt, mineral, metal or animal excrement, as far as skill and art of the most expert work on these substances. I tell you, my worthy friends and colleagues, that the different opinions you have issued regarding the Spiritus Mundi are only mere childishness, believing as I believe in the emanation of truth God, that's Artesa. To say that the magnet is spurious is mere presumption, and it is absurd. In this you are like Hermes, which is certainly not to be envied. He boasts, in his treatise on gold generated from air, to have reconstituted the tomb of Semiramis. Lo, in a moment of foolishness, I have opened the sealed door, not like another curious and ambitious Cyrus, but like a philosopher, and I found it, in my opinion considered, filled not with an unimaginable treasure too in a dream, but of nothing but deceit, and that is a philosopher, he shouldn't have done it for any reason. I blush with shame at the thought that in a college of such fame and authority, some of our members have written mixed claims to unworthy and false things, and that such persons be brought to stars for such a deplorable act. Please understand that in my subsequent writings the words I use are not allegorical. Nor do they intend to be enigmatic, because in my opinion they are neither obscure nor hermetic. I call things by their name, and what I want say I say it clearly. On this subject, however, I'd rather keep silent. My writings which are now placed before you contain various words that do not fit perfectly with the speech common, as much as I would have liked to stick to the ancient terms and traditional, because then they could have been used in real agreement with the topic that is now being considered. I seek no fame in new words. You who know me, you know very well that my thoughts move higher of temporal things and useless theories, and that I tend to be what is called a good naturalist. In changing words have no other purpose or motive than the search for truth. By nature, I mean motion, salt of nature, the innate autonomous motion, the theory of nature, science of creation, the much desired Spiritus Mundi, salt of spirit, sometimes, ethereal salt, not as in center of nature concentrated, in which, due to a printing error, reads spirit of salt, sal terra central or vetriolo, salt living, mercury, live metal or fluid metal, and derived from these are quick gold, quick silver, quick copper and live lead, the common metallic dye, or the philosopher's stone. This is the masterwork of metals. The pond and the iron are wonderful, iron on a par with gold and tin to that of silver. Until this moment it has not been possible for me to produce, without any admixture, any of the above metals from the silt of our world, in the same way as other substances, but in both cases the prepared is a masterpiece of metals. What I have to say differs from the writings of other philosophers. I completely rejected the fable of the black head of the crow. In this matter, the lies that have been widespread for so many hundreds of years are changing, and now they are rendered as very bright black. In the solution, the gray black and the green black are present in the writings of people who follow someone else's lies with their own lies. Also, In writing I use a simple and easy style so that my opinions are committed to paper with clear words, for you to discuss them without any flowery expression. If you were to find anything written here and exposed repeatedly, please believe that I did it out of love of greater clarity and do not attribute it to lightness aside my. So great a depth of reasoning is required of us to understand this art, that to attain this knowledge the grace of God and a particularly well-ordered intelligence are indispensable. The theory of light, of the Spirit and of the salt need not be set forth as plainly and briefly as some men would like evil. For men, the light is indivisible, because its radiance can only be understood through measure. Spirit can be changed, but it cannot be brought back to the previous state neither through the measure, nor through the weight, its part must be understood through the number. Salt, the abode of air and spirit, is to be considered through weight. Salt lends itself to being divided and reunited by us again. As long as the artist does his thing I work with the proper tools and in the proper uterus of generation. God resides in light, light is in spirit, spirit is in salt, salt is in air, air is in water, where, in general, does the vitriol reside, water is in the earth is in the womb of all others, or as it were a workshop, through which and in which they all work. The light is the Lord of the Spirit is the light of salt, salt is the spirit of air, air is the salt of water, water, with its vitriol, dominates the earth. The light, spirit, salt, air and water are one. God reigns over your senses and will not render my writings knowledge common to each of you, nor what is in them content, nor what is to be understood in them, since the judgment of God is wonderful. For the love and friendship I have for you, I declare that I do, having revealed this secret to a king and 2 great princes when I was in Berlin, as you well know. You also know that 2 of these men died. For this reason I have a little fear that anyone can come to know more from me than I have put down in my treatise. I pray to God you don't judge a sin on my part what I have done and what I have revealed these days, and that you forgive me. I suffered a lot for everything this from those who persecuted me. In accordance with your request, I will now continue to talk about the following topics. First, of the tincture of metals. Second, of nature and its movements. Third, of the light. Fourth, of the universal spirit of the world. Fifth, of the elements. Sixth, of the air. Seventh, of water. Eighth, of the earth. Ninth, of the slime of the world, that is, of the substance which is really ours. 10th, of the magnet. 11th, of my tessa. 12th, of salt. 13th, of mercury, vitriol or sulfur. 14th, of there. 15th, of colors. 16th, of time and the container. 17th, of fire. 18th, of the masterful function of metals in human body. 19th, of the peculiar functions. 20th, conclusion. 1. Of the dyeing of metals. A lot has been written and said about the tintura de metals, commonly called philosopher's stone, which becomes difficult to understand why so few people do they take the pain of carrying out the enterprise and obtaining possession of it. There are very few people who know what it is, that substance which we call tincture of metals or philosopher's stone, or, indeed, how is it possible that a small amount of it can transmute a large lump of lead or other base metals in good silver and gold. For love of those who toil in this art and to satisfy your request, I will say that you can have the satisfaction of really know and, without the slightest doubt, to understand what sort of thing this tincture is, what it consists of and how it can be used to bring metals to maturity, etc. Many who wrote about it did so bizarre and stupid, and they put so much fabulous that I cannot attempt, and here I praise God for my experience, to correctly define to you what it is they attempt to describe, nor am I able to establish who writes the truth, nor who is not in possession of the truth, except 4 or 5 authors whom, by many circumstances, I deem to have been in possession of such a sacred mystery. Apart from these few, the remaining authors write in such a general way and make use of many lions, snakes, eagles, dragons, foxes, fish, birds, grey wolves, old, young, Diane, fair maidens, gods and goddesses, planets, dragon heads, dragon tails, metals, blood, sweat, urine of the moon and excrement of the sun, which I, not understanding this way of talking about so many things, I cannot with clear conscience explain the meaning of all. Therefore, I will give you the substances by calling them by their own appropriate names, so that you, who understand the industry mining, you can grasp the main secrets of nature, not by books or writings, but as manifested by God and how they are known to certain people. I don't have to follow the terms other book writers use in expounding their philosophies, which occurs when the origin is not known of the universal mercury and how it happens that argent vive is produced from it. This, however, is the most important point. I haven't met more than 2 people that they were masters of this art, all over the world, per as far as I know, that they have honestly and frankly written on the real nature of this universal mercury, how it can be changed into metallic water. The others philosophers, if they ever attempt to deal with the subject, they begin to explain the live metal and its universal source, i.e. say when it is already prepared as a natural substance and its state is already determined and specified, and it is found belonging to a mineral in the earth, in the form of metal white or, as it appears to be, a current mineral, which the common person calls mercury. With all this explanation, the disciple does not become any wiser, nor can he find the true matter of the metallic dye. He is given a lot of work without reward, working with mercury common or other mineral substances that contain a metal live. Starting from the general terms used by these authors, many people have come to the conclusion that since it is universal, the mercury of the philosophers cannot be silver common live, but it must spring from the salt of the earth, or from clay, or earth from shards, which earth, acting as a magnet, it attracts the general salt from the air into itself and unites with it. From this turned out to be the substance of a living metal, or perhaps became a living metal as a whole, which of necessity it would have dissolved and decomposed the gold and, lacquer cum vulgo, would have it set in gold. Others sought the mercury of the philosophers in animal and vegetable substances, but since they could not prepare them a mineral earth, it did not completely permeate the gold and it left him unchanged in his most intimate nature. Some, the most intelligent, thought that since all the sublunary creatures draw their life, development and the sustenance from the air, and that even metals originate from it, and all things have their roots there and continue to exist through changes of time, such as by inhalation, therefore the mercury of the philosophers must be taken from the air, before it can become a terrestrial substance, by specific materialization. These good people, they used a false magnet to capture such a mercury or spirit, and consequently their labors had no effect success, and from their magnet they got nothing but saltpetre. Who would have thought that the real and live magnet, that serves the needs of a universal mercury, could it have originated from the human body? The skilled craftsmen of the laboratory chemists were irritated by this fact and were pleased to turn this wise information into something private of sense, saying that it must certainly be impossible that a metal is produced from the human body, yet it is undoubtedly true that there is nothing in the whole world except our human magnet, capable of illuminating ours air, thus producing a masterpiece in nature. The teaching that I will give you must be received by you in a correct and orderly way. I had the intention, when I began this discourse in writing, not to talk much about the substance universal, but to deal with it briefly in a casual way, simply explaining as mentioned above, that what is actually the tincture of the so-called stone of the sages. But my conscience compels me, for a feeling of benevolence and for the love I bear to you and to my neighbor, added to the anxiety I feel, as one who communicates in Christ and as a colleague of your famous college, not to give back to the Lord my God the talent I received from him without having found someone worthy to receive it, and for so to say act as guarantor and not to leave in silence what it is necessary to enable you to understand the truth which I now reveal to you, as it was entrusted to me, and save you from the path of errors. The moment of revelation is near. The Lord does not want him to remain hidden from men treasure. I write this as an unworthy instrument of God, to show the beginning and origin of creation, for your sake, frankly and clearly, without omitting anything, and nothing will be denied by heaven if you do your part and if you do well use of knowledge. As for me, I follow the way of all flesh and daily wait for the moment of death, believing in Jesus Christ and in the knowledge of God and his creatures. Their mercy on him for my unworthiness is boundless, and he does not me he will deny the eternal and indestructible treasures, but he will free mine poor soul from the chains of sin, in which she has been chained daily, for it is only through the divine solvent and not by any other measure and through the holy tincture of his blood and the incoming of the Holy Spirit that I will be impregnated with a perfect tincture. 2. Of nature and of motion. These words occur frequently in the books, and it seems fitting that I tell you a little about their meaning as I discovered it in nature's innermost bosom, for the grace that was granted to me. I will explain these terms so that you can understand the way of speaking used and have no more reason to complain about the darkness and of the error due to the inscrutability of the subject. It is generally taught in schools that nature is their cause of existence. This cause does not come from a quantity or from a quality, but it is a peculiar condition or state through and by which everything is gradually manifested. Thus, what was bitter yesterday can become sweet today, which process cannot possibly be demonstrated. In this conception of the cause of existence, yes may observe, up to a certain degree, a resemblance to that which takes place in a transformation, through motion only, from one quality of nature to another. Understand me correctly. In stating my opinion on the knowledge of nature and its qualities, I do not disdain and I deem it useless for a man, who longs for wisdom, to occupy himself for a long time in the search for the causes of existence in nature itself, but I maintain that he may be in error. It's boring to think of a quality without a quantity and stick around confused in mind and, indeed, in deeds. Cannot be done properly understand quantity unless you train yourself also a correct idea of quality, nature and kind. No one is able to acquire this knowledge of quality without the initial understanding of a quantity, this in a way that will be really helpful in the highest degree in art and problem solving. He will waste the labor of him, he will be deceived and fail in his enterprise, unless that he has true knowledge of quantity, since nothing qualitas est sine qualitate, quality is without quality. Now, that the words nature and motion be clearly understood, I describe nature as motus rerum internus, the internal movement of things, the internal motion of all things. By motion I mean verbs divini conseruens presentia, the presence of the divine word, which he conserves. To and from this word hangs the light, to and from the light, the medium of the Spirit, to and by the Spirit, the general salt. Anyone, through divine grace, knows the light, the Spirit and the creation of salt, also the rays of the light, the number of the Spirit and the weight of salt. He will be able to see the nature, that is, the motion of him, and will have profound intelligence, and he will rejoice in the wonderful presence of the Word, in his own real advantage. 3. Of the light. So that nothing is left out that can give you sufficient knowledge and an explanation of the truth of the information that I communicate to you, it is necessary to write what I mean by the word light and what light is. On this topic, many have been written small treatises by persons of acute intelligence, who can read, in which it is discussed whether or not light is a substance, and yes, have different conclusions to think about. I will borrow from no one, nor contradict opinions expressed, but I will reveal my knowledge as it is. The light was created by the divine breath and flowed from God at a time when there was only glorious earth slime. This light was to be the vehicle of the eternal Word, from which the glory of the earth's slime was radiated and the work began of creation. The substance of this world had lost the light with the fall of his previous king, the devil. After the fall of Lucifer, the glory of the light was radiated throughout matter and also into the glorious realm of Lucifer, preparing and sustaining it, and thus that which was complete darkness, in the depths of the abyss, was surrounded by the breath divine, who gave a new light to the mass of earthly slime, by benevolent grace, which was breathed into it as a vehicle, thus correcting the disordered motion of Lucifer that he had corrupted and obscured the matter of the earth's slime. When the earth's silt received the new light within itself, began a hatching process, and, heated by the motion, the light became a salt in the earth's silt. Then a vapor, air, rose from the water, to form an atmosphere and the separation of the land from water. Therefore there is no other motion than that produced through the light, which originates and springs from the word of the Lord. The principles of air, water and earth, together with all the things that come from them, they cannot capture and to keep the Spirit to oneself because of the all-pervading and penetrating nature of the Spirit. Nevertheless, through the light and its strength or power to approach the salt of the earth slime, a certain amount of light has condensed and out of the light a body was produced, which can be called a spirit, which is received into the atmosphere, from which it is communicated to water. From water to earth and from these three to all things created in abundance. This light cannot be received by any substance other than spirit, whence passes into matter in the form of salt. When we arrive to speak of the spirit and fire, with God's help I will say more on this subject than will serve for greater understanding of the light. The light, as it is now perceived, can be explained more enlightened and fully then. For many learned people would think of a suspect if I, at this stage, would expose its real splendor to the world. For, of the universal spirit of the world. The word spirit is interpreted in various ways, and if any they have hundreds of explanations and opinions. By spirit I mean the spirit of those things only that they have had originated from the first day of the creation of the present world. Spirit was born of light and is the body of light, which permeates all things and all parts included in the matrix, which are more or less adequate to receive it. It carries with it light in all things according to degree. Through his splendor, the divine word moves and animates all things coming from the light itself, since from it derives each and every kind of thing. When caught and hidden, it gives life at the salt of nature or self-propulsion. Everything comes from it, it grows and is sustained by it. When the light becomes denser, it becomes a spirit, when the spirit becomes salt. Thus, it is the vehicle of the divine word, the light, the spirit of light, the salt of the spirit, whose salt, as we will see when we talk about it later, becomes air, water or earth, i.e. one or the other depending on the quantity present. I could tell you much more at this point about it of the light and the spirit, an occult and penetrating doctrine, for your deeper understanding, which I have explained in somewhat approximate way, but that is not my intention proceed with it here, for only a few among you can understand it. However, I will tell more about the spirit, how is generally understood, and as sought after by metal-dyeing craftsmen, when I shall come to deal the question of salt, called mercury of the philosophers. This, which is not readily available in clear form and bright, is a raw salt, penetrating the degradation of first degree, born of the spirit of light, as I have already said, by a thickening and contraction of the elements of the spirit. It becomes a visible salt through concentration, a lord of the world, useful to men, docile, manageable, to serve them as a scepter. 5. Of the elements. As you know, the word element comes from the Latin and means a beginning of something, just like when establishing the letters of the alphabet from which form the words. Among the philosophers, it means the principal substance of things, generally fourfold, such as, for example, fire, air, water, and earth. This opinion is in the at the same time right and wrong, as I continually and sufficiently demonstrated, therefore, I do not consider it necessary to repeat it. I will say again that there is only one visible and tangible element, namely the muddy water or watery silt. That is the origin and first visible beginning of all things, and in it are hidden light, spirit and salt. Similarly all things are returned to it in their last and extreme dissolution, and are changed. So how a greater or lesser amount is introduced by the artist of the spirit of the universal salt, or mercury, or, without the intervention of human hands, through the universal flow of the atmosphere, then the gross substance of things, which is called earth, becomes fluid, through the fatty nature of the motion of the universal salt, the terraqueous quality of water, particularly by the penetrating nature of the air. After of which, whether it was a metallic or vegetable or animal substance, when dissolved it reappears in the form of aqueous slime or muddy water and lends itself to being divided into three parts, that is, in fluid, volatile, and dense, water, light and land, which three become a much brighter substance, perfect and, due to the purity of the salt, beneficial when parties are reunited with each other again. Fire, however, is a quality and no quality, since this state particular consists of itself and reveals itself in a disordered motion. This is a thorny issue, as fire is a motion inherent in salt, and when I come to speak of fire, I will bear this in mind to lead you to a better understanding of the word element. In the meantime, I refer you to my writings already sent to you, for the substance indicated, because now we must proceed with the air. 6. Of the air. Air is claimed to be one of the elements. I say that air is the first and most penetrating part of the earth's silt, that is to say, it was the first substance that agitated the earth's slime, through the power of the divine word which flowed, at the beginning of creation. This motion, which gives off heat and dilates the water and the earth, raises itself and, separating itself, so to speak, occupies a space around water and land. It is in this air that the mercury of the philosophers is hidden, and it is only there that it can be done meet, because that is his vehicle and his abode. Air is also present in earth and water. The earth receives it through the water, which is the vehicle of the air, since, through the vapors coming from the water, a passage for the air is formed. We cannot make the salt of the visible spirit or mercury of him, nor can we get them, unless we place near them a fiery magnet, upon which they glide gently when the magnet is filled life, vigor, and free from injury. It will appear on the magnet universal form, without having acquired any particular form from the artist's hands. People commit a lot de error in exposing salt or calcined ash to the atmosphere, or calcined stone or bone, and in making use of artificial instruments, hoping with them to procure the mercury of the philosophers or salt of the universal spirit. They get nothing suitable for their purpose, because neither the sediments, the alkalis, the oils, nor the calcined stones, will retain nothing of the passage of the air through them, except his bitterness and his acidity, which are useless. From each sal lixivio comes a nitro better and purer than common salt. Such nitro can be transmuted by the process and industry of the artist into a fluid salt, but this is by no means the mercury of the philosophers, nor tampoco is the ordinary salt of our life and our spirit. I've often wondered how people can be made to inherit such a theory. When you have true sal tartars by calcinationem factum et sine addition volatile, calcined and without volatile addition, then many wonders can be performed in the mineral kingdoms and metallic. It must not be denied, and it is my experience, that yes can do a lot with sal volatile x calcined tartar, done without adding any extraneous salt, and it can be done much in medicine and in metal things, but it does not produce nothing helpful in the field of transmutation. The air, circulating throughout the world, it nourishes and sustains all things and all creatures, but also destroys them. Leaving aside the spirit of man, all creatures consist of the universal all-pervading spirit of salt, in major or minor degree. Similarly, every creature is sustained by salt of the universal spirit and absorbs one from the atmosphere portion appropriate to his needs. When, however, the ability of the creature to take possession of the salt of the universal spirit and to transform it is weakened, or the proportions are altered and a vitriol is produced, due either to an external event or an internal motion of the influence of star, then the passage of air through the body does that the atmosphere draws away from the body the salt of the universal spirit. Just as water flowing over the earth, he will draw the salt to himself, after which the body collapses, is deprived of vigor, and only saltpeter remains as a residue of the saline life that previously animated it. What I have indicated above is not known to members of the faculty. It is really necessary that it be brought to their attention, so that knowledge of it can be spread. You will find a more extensive explanation of this process when I come to talk of mercury and vitriol. 7. Of water. Water is considered by many authors an element, the definition of which can be seen in the works of many authorities. I find that water is the most fluid part of silt, or the earthly element and vehicle of air. Mixed with some earth, gives life to all things, just like the soul of all things come from the air and the spirit from the spirit of the air. It easily becomes earth when it finds a suitable means, it can readily change itself into earth by mere artificial motion, but this must be done carefully, or it loses too much of the salt of the spirit and is without vigor, because the salts of the spirit, being the most penetrating part, can combine with the air and be drawn into the open atmosphere if the raw part was condensed too quickly. As ordinary thin water is not suitable for the purpose of the stone philosopher and may not be of his nature, because the artist cannot change it to earth except with rapid motion violent, by means of which, as already mentioned, the mercury we have in mind. Water can become earth without any violent motion and without losing much of its mercury. For instance, when water is added to this earth during its motion, which can happen infinitely and without proportions, this one earth which is burdened under the curse of the fall mixes with the accursed earth, and nothing is served to ours purpose, because the salt of nature, or, more explicitly, the salt motorcycle, cannot be born from it. Our water must be a muddy water, and it must to be propitious, from it, by motion that is free from violence and delicate work, an earth can be secured which is full of the universal mercury, and since it has barely touched the cursed earth is full of blessings and devoid of curses. Our water is the sediment of air, without taste and odorless, with the exception that in a state of decadence stinks like a corpse. In this water you can dissolve the air, water and earth in their chained condition, or, to put it more clearly, in this water you can dilate the earth's slime into air, water and earth, without fire or violence, so that in the best part of water there will remain an earth, composed of air and mercury, which is better than gold and precious stones. Our water does not will bear to be forced by distillation nor precipitation, but it is destroyed by the heat of a blazing fire, and thus does not produce mercury, although that mine worthy friend, long dead, has once shown, and in a few days produced, a live metal from the silt terrestrial by means of an excessively delicate process of distillation and imbibition in the bath. I saw it adhering tightly to the top of the still with other parts of the silt earthling, at which I was much astonished. However, this was it a case of alterius artifici invento facile all liquid addi potest, something can easily be added to another artist's invention. I personally have not done the experiment. In the process in which the bath is used in the treatment, the virulence of flames is not as harmful to the substance in an appliance glass as it is when sand or ashes are used, because the heat intensity is absorbed by the water and the glass it doesn't get overheated. 8. Of the earth. Some hold that the earth is one of the four elements, yet it is only the part which serves as a matrix for air and water, from which rises an air and also the salt of the earth. Spirit they draw sustenance, and in which they are originally born all things. The common earth is cursed and cannot be reconciled to its maker until it is purified and, so say, chastised by fire at the last judgment. In our masterful accomplishment this land is of no use. Which earth can therefore be that which springs from earth slime to be perceptible as the first substance, even before the earth slime has had contact with the common earth? This earth goes down into the atmosphere and yes hovers above our head, not that it was always earth, but it is a part of what is generated from the earth slime by means of the practitioner's ability through the enlightenment of the Spirit of God. It is the true mine of common mercury and vitriol of the upper and lower salt, which are united. It is white like snow, extremely light, and, what it stands for, a great prodigy, and is contrary to the opinions of the societies learned. This earth becomes a living metal in a few hours, without the addition of anything else or by any artifice. It is the heaviest metal after gold, and gold will also appear in it if it will be held for a period of 10 years without consent, that no white thing or any metal develops in it. I live. When mercury is mined from this earth and vitriol, it turns red and is the mightiest earth of the world. No vitriol can be separated from it unless repeatedly subjected to the action of fire and water. Then so much salt of the Spirit remains attached that, through the application of a simple stream of air, it emits and creates metals, without adding any foreign body. Thus it was, I suppose, that God created Adam out of this wondrous earth, whose equal, in magnetic force, can be found nowhere in the world. The first birth of him is in truth from the light that is received as a seed of the air, hidden in the deepest recesses of the spirit of the air. When the Spirit gives it life, it occupies the atmosphere and is for this reason called mercury. It is not earth, but spirit. The appearance is similar to the atmosphere that serves as a body in it, in which he lives and grows, in which he generates from the outpouring of his seed and the warm womb of her body a common salt or vitriol. In fact, as already mentioned, it becomes earth through art-friendly and delicate artist. He retains the former fullness of his strength, it becomes thicker, but not as penetrating, and when it becomes a muddy water it can continue to operate until a separation is accomplished. Once regenerated, it greedily couples with gold. It's the real one substance of the philosopher, as far as it can be defined, and it is the mine of our mercury and our vitriol. 9. Of the land silt, our true means. By the term earth silt, I mean not only the main substance of which our heaven is made and our earth and all that is contained in it, but also the substance necessary for our masterful work, because resembles the main substance. A muddy water, it is the beginning and the end of all things. It is thick or thin depending on whether you participate much or little in the nature of the earth. Much has been said about earth slime being the one and only substance and has been explained in sufficient detail. Now I will describe our earth slime as our own subject. Our earth slime, being already existing in everything and resembling the air, water and earth, is the appropriate subject for the execution of our work of art. This is because of its salt and the fact that it is manufactured by the atmosphere and by man. It exists in mercury and vitriol. In mercury, due to the spirit of light which is innate in it, the effect of which is diluting and disintegrating. It dominates the vitriol somehow through a change in proportions, so that the vitriol degenerates and dissolves. Vitriol on the other hand possesses a shrinking power that was acquired at the time of the first fall of the only substance in the kingdom of Lucifer, where the astringent power dominates, and the light became darkness. Everything contracted and narrowed more and more into a denser substance, but to creation of the new light, which was dominant by force of the salt of the spirit, or its mercury, an effect was produced thinner and dissolver that was needed by the present world and to all its creatures, for the reason that when the atmosphere catches the salt of the spirit or mercury, all creatures appear, grow, and are sustained by it. Without mercury and vitriol, and unless they are kept in due proportion, nothing can exist. Mercury pays all thin, vitriol makes everything thick. In due proportion, however, things are made thin or thick, hard or soft, fluid or fixed, by means of which each body in the course of its motions, absorbs light, air and earth, depending on its capabilities, it keeps its shape and its vigor in the matrix of nature and gradually it is obtained the harmony. Thus, these two are united despite their dissimilar properties. Mercury sustains through its power of gradual attenuation, the vitriol, because of its power of gradual condensation, by what means they appear in the matrix the spirit, the soul and the life. When, through the work of the artist or through some chance or fate, the proportions of mercury are changed and of vitriol, the substance changes its former form. If too much mercury is present, the attenuation process begins, swelling, dissolution and decay begin and eventually the substance perishes completely. If you increase the weight of the vitriol, then concentration begins, from which was porous and swollen, the substance becomes thick, firm and tough, it sinks in and the gradual change into begins stone or metal. The origin of our terrestrial silt is in man and in the air. A pauper can be richer than a king, since this substance can never be bought, having no corresponding value in money being considered worthless, it is found everywhere. Man has the material within him of the magnet by which, by means of a simple artifice and a suitable instrument, he can, when he wishes, capture the common spirit of the air and make it into a salt. This can take place at any time of the year, on the water, on the land, in the mountains and in the valleys, yet one only procures a small part of our mercury. Our substance yes found in the highest mountains, and when a man works in high mountain with its magnet, his hand puts the magnet into the apparatus and the spirit salt which is higher than the mountains, much higher indeed, will enter of its own accord. The matter of the universal magnet is thrown away by chemists and pharmacists, it is thrown on a trash heap from the servant, it is found on public roads and often serves as a toy for children. In its raw form it is good medicine, but it can also be a deadly poison. Second, the views expressed in publications, and as a result of experiments, by the wise, by the unwise, and by people in every place, is reputed, after the soul, the best, the most glorious and most useful of substances, but at the same time the most vile, the most despised and the most useless substance of all those that man owns or that the world produces. Our substance is animal, because it originates from man and emits noxious emanations of its own. It is mineral, because without the addition of any foreign thing gives rise to the body of man. It is vegetal, because not only plants are born from it and from the air, but also from its magnet a salt is produced which, when it touches the roots of plants or is placed in the soil at the roots, it gradually produces a large quantity of the universal spirit, the salt of the spirit, which is germs. Gnawing all seeds causes stems to grow rapidly and plants to ripen. It also restores life to dying plants. When is held in the animal kingdom, our substance regenerates the animal salt. It is a superlative and wonderful medicine in the effects. When confined to the plant kingdom, its strength it operates in plants, as I have already sufficiently emphasized and exactly explained. I was not allowed to do this magi work. Javelin, his knowledge can be very beneficial, but it can also be harmful. For the time being I am writing to you about our matter, and when you have obtained the substance of our mineral earth and become proficient to produce our artwork, you will understand what I said. Many scholars and practitioners have learned something about our magnetic material from the study of other works, such as it has come to my ears, but I also learned that due of the obscurity of the matter and how much they understood it, together with a preconceived opinion, or because of erroneous instructions given to them, they stuck to some other method and to a different substance for producing mercury, and have abandoned the subject of our limo terrestrial and mocked their master. I sympathize with their ignorance. I know very well that there are among you some members who have abandoned the study of the limo earthling, considering it a poor thing despised. You and they have gone astray, nevertheless, and wandered off the true road, yet, by the light that I once again I offer and through the blessing of the Almighty raining down among you, you can again easily find the right way and once again appraise the substance of the land silt. 10. Of the magnet. What the magnet is and how it is understood by philosophers is abundantly known. The term magnet should be banned from the investigation of the creative process, because it is unsuitable, as it brings much darkness and many obstacles in the minds of men. I know a so-called magnet made of calcined bone, tartar, ground stone, vitriol or non-salt attracts the air, nor the spirit of the air, nor the salt, nor does it inhale it, as does my prepared substance, with which I catch the universal mercury just as a man inhales it with the mouth. It is not possible to make a good magnet out of one substance vegetable. When you make a really good magnet, ready and suitable to attract, then it will be understood that the particles of the magnetic body prepared with the motion and with the movement, and what the magnet is and how it is understood by philosophers is abundantly known. The term magnet should be banned from the investigation of the creative process, because it is unsuitable, as it brings much darkness and many obstacles in the minds of men. I know a so-called magnet made of calcined bone, tartar, ground stone, vitriol or non-salt attracts the air, nor the spirit of the air, nor the salt, nor does it inhale it, as does my prepared substance, with which I catch the universal mercury just as a man inhales it with the mouth. It is not possible to make a good magnet out of one substance vegetable. When you make a really good magnet, ready and suitable to attract, then it will be understood that the particles of the magnetic body prepared by motion and movement and made into a suitable instrument should be set in motion by the application of vitriol. The fluid air passing through it will leave the particles of the salt of the spirit, or universal mercury, adhering to it. There are two demonstrations that are most striking to a completely open mind. If I leave stand the earth's silt, contained in a glass container, in a temperate place, and I keep it properly sealed for you, then a mercury salt around the part will be attracted outer of receptacle, above, below and on the sides, like the branches of a vine, and this salt of mercury is as good as any other that I have made, and a good live metal is made from it. The other experiment produces salt from live metallic iron in the vitriol, that is, when iron is transformed into vitriol with the common sublimate alive, and one spirit and one are extracted from it oil, both of which are of common strength. This can prepare with ample profit and be used as a means with antimony and other substances to produce gold, through which, in an hour, an ounce will attract 3 to 4 to itself pounds of water. Air flows with a hiss through the neck of the receptacle, and meeting with the vitriol earth is like this readily transformed into water, that one might wonder that it has such an attraction that it actually takes place, because the vessel has no other passage from which air could flow, so air becomes water very widely. The behavior is exactly the same to the human mouth, which draws in air, which is then converted into various substances, quantities and states of condensation. Though the water in this experiment possesses great virtue, nevertheless contains a minor amount of ordinary mercury, not there being nothing of any use to us for our work particular. Since I haven't completed the exam yet, circumstances surrounding these experiments, I must refrain from forming my precise opinion for the moment. Whether the so-called magnet really attracts the air, whether, through the fire, something of the spirit remains there and some slight traces of other substances stimulate vitriol, is something I have not yet discovered. Our common magnet of mercury is the vitriol, philosophical, but not as it is found in the earth, but which a living man possesses in his own body. No doubt you wish to know how the vitriol in the human body attracts the common salt of the spirit, so that it becomes visible, tangible, and in the form of a mercury, because it is very important to ensure this in order to practice the art and of the completion of the work of art. You must know that such a brilliant discovery and such a great one's secret must be communicated only to trusted friends and, therefore, I cannot give satisfaction to each and every one of you because, as you well know, I do not have the pleasure of knowing all my fellow members personally. I already clearly set forth for you the highest knowledge concerning the magnet, but the knowledge of the vessel is all I can let you work on, for now. When the salt of the spirit and vitriol are combined, the substance which has already been separated by a previous preparation and divided into a mercury, volatile, white, crystalline and deadly, and a vitriol which is constant and condensed, then we have the superior and the inferior combined. Noting the right weight in each, with a little of their own water, they can be absorbed into each other. From this mixture a living metal will originate, or a living metal fluid, which from its external appearance may be seen to be a live metal, pure and fluid. Moisture is extracted from mercury and vitriol dry and not as the ignorant say from damp, for nothing moist can penetrate into metals, much less dye them. Become a live metal with the addition of gold, and certainly no ordinary water either foreign must mix with it, otherwise it would become unsuitable for the production of our artwork and extremely difficult to handle. Before we get to bring our work of art to completion, we must observe 3 changes. First, the mercury with the salt of the spirit passes through water for preparation. Second, we use vitriol and mercury for metal preparation, live and live gold, which are also prepared in water. Third, we use the living metal, living gold and common gold for the dye. 11. Of my Tessa. Tessa is a new word in the craft and contains in itself a special secret pertaining to the knowledge of creation. I chose Tessa, because there is no other word than me know with which I can express what I wish to describe. Although I have used it in other writings that I have sent you, it is not understood correctly, nevertheless served as a kind of bolt inserted into the door of art, against I not worthy. Apart from this one word, I have not used any non-existent term, which is unreal or whose meaning is unknown. However, now sincerely and openly I explain and say that it means nothing less than a snow-white earth, without smell or taste, made from the earth's silt, without fire, and in which mercury and vitriol are hidden common, as you will understand when I get to talking about the salt of the earth. 12. Of salt. Salt is a good thing, a most glorious and visible being, root and seed of the whole universe. It is both fluid and firm, both dimming and condensing, both soft and smooth sour. Of its origin I will speak briefly. When Satan fell with his hosts of angels, his light that covered all was lost and became darkness. The spirit of light, hitherto inherent in these hosts, was expelled in the fall, and a great cry of fear arose as the divine punishment became intense. The gross substance of Satan and his hosts was condensed into mist and subsequently in silt. The roughest part of this silt, i.e. the best or most beautiful part, rushed into the center of the mass and became a contracting fluidic salt. Then God, moved with compassion, he created a light to soften the silt, which new light as he emanated it pervaded all parts of the silt. It was from the expelled spirit of Lucifer that he had origined the salt in the center. Some pure parts existed everywhere in the silt, yet the best and most potent salt was generated in the center. Then the salt of the silt became active and began to work on the new light. Divine force was active, and through the intervention of him the Spirit caused that the light penetrated and pervaded the slime, and brought something forth from it, which became air and served as a body and vehicle for the light. This is what is called spirit, and up to a certain point is caused as spirit by the continuous motion between the spirit of light in attenuation and the salt of the silt in contraction, which of necessity is changed into a salt of the spirit, that all pervades in the watery parts of the silt. This highly penetrating salt is called by the ancients moles their books with many names, but mainly mercury. The I call it halls of the spirit, the universal, volatile, astral mercury salt. From these two salts many other salts are obtained, due of their union in the common processes of mercury and the vitriol, highest volatile and lowest fluid. Of these salts, the main ones being common table salt and saltpetre. N.B. Where, in the substance of our subject, there is more vitriol than mercury, it originates from it, i.e. from the caput renortuum, a table salt by a process of distillation. The white mercury in the silt passes through the retort into the water and becomes a spirit of salt and oil, but the rest of the mercury left behind is dominated by vitriol, from which it has originally a table salt. How closely mercury and vitriol stick together is hard to tell why, due to many obstacles, I have not been able to investigate exhaustive. When the new light in its first burst of brilliance within the dark earth slime was captured from the salty silt, it condensed into spirit, partially, in the luminous parts of the silt, and when it became active in the watery parts, it condensed into salt. It is through the spirit that salt originates. It is a strong salt or salty silt, in which the light rules in the spirit, and the salt of the spirit rules in the parts more penetrating than vitriol. Eventually it becomes saltpetre, having become too much established through violent contraction of the vitriol with which it is united. Equal weights produce less vitriol. A greater amount of mercury produces a salt from the spirit, but the sediments of the terrestrial silt, in secondly, you will find that you are dominated by the most party's crude vitriol. On the other hand, by the action of mercury, some parts of this compact amount of vitriol can be captured by the salt of spirit, and being drawn into the pores of the vitriol, they will pass with the water into the vitriol, and from both will originate a salt resulting from a coupling of mercury and vitriol, i.e. the parts innermost than both mercury and vitriol. What is too rough or too penetrating remains in the earth, and yet something springs from the union of these two, without the one take nothing from the other, nor the thick from the thin, just as the Lord God began the work of creation. The salt, in one state of motion, in combination with other substances, became heat, the part which was nitrous joined with the part which was salt common, and could not be separated again into vitriol and mercury. The salt from the vitriol fell in water, the salt from mercury was produced from the air, and consequently we have the union of both saline substances. Table salt remained as air in the expansion of land, silt, water and earth. The inner part, raised in water in the form of steam, in due course, falls on the earth and makes it fertile. I have already said that our salt in the air is not salt but spirit, and becomes salt only when united to the water. God works through three aspects arising from one and resident in one. From these three, all creation is derived, such as light, spirit and salt, residing in the air, water, vitriol and earth. Because of these three, there is a threefold activity in water, vitriol and earth. See salt, because of its volume of raw vitriol, preserves all things which are salted with it, reducing them by the action of this volatile or spirit salt, thus preventing for long periods both their fermentation and their decomposition, preventing them from being, as it were, absorbed and carried away by the action of the earth spirit of the air, which normally it would decompose them. The preservative gradually loses its strength, and over time, after a few years, through the action of the salt of the spirit and the vitriol of table salt, the two substances, through the increasing volume of the salt of the spirit, they become salt. The silt, however, expands, and in the course of expansion, air, water and earth originate. Water and earth produce air by being dried, but the raw parts still remain as water and earth, similar to a salt with astringent properties. The highest part, the air, was called mercury by the ancients, as they did masterful work producing mercury from it. The part lower they called it vitriol or victrix oleum, because with it they not only made the universal spirit visible in the form of salt, but having caught it, they made sure a dissolving, destructive and attenuating substance which remains fixed in the vitriol and lends itself to being enclosed in the body of air and water. It is called oil because it is used in the form of pinguis liquoris, as one would say, oleum vitriolo salis, sulphuries, nitri, etc., all of which are liquid saline. Our vitriol does not assimilate the spirit of light in forma sicca but only in forma liquoris pinguis. When we place it in our wondrous heating apparatus, spirit, of the common order, descends upon it and, by penetrating into it repeatedly, many times, it finally becomes salt. Thus, it is indeed, in itself, a true Victrix oleum or Victrix liquor because without it, in a state of motion, no artist can do anything in this art. The salt of spirito is also called astral salt, salt of life and salt central and in essence is expressed as land. These two salts easily become one, by fire, by means of an artificial motion, of a firing and causing them to be influenced by a constant operation. By their combination they provide a table salt, a salt of life, a living metal without any addition of any metallic substance whatsoever. Yet that living metal is not as good as the one made without the intervention of fire. 13. Of mercury and vitriol or sulfur. Mercury generally denotes a fluid metal called quicksilver, but due to lack of understanding on the part of the ignorant the name mercury has been given mistakenly to argento vivo. Fluid metal is not the our mercury, although most of it consists of this metal, while our mercury is actually a soft white, transparent, fluid metallic substance, the result of the contraction effect in ordinary vitriol either through the action of the salt of the universal spirit or through a spontaneous motion in the artificial process. The passage of air through water carries the salt of the universal spirit into the earth, permeates it with vapor and penetrates all its interstices. To the salt of the spirit, which is present where the universal vitriol and sulfur are combined in quantity, comes prevented from being drawn up with vapors and condenses in a white, transparent and soft substance. This is the mercury. Mercury is kept in motion by the ever-present salt of spirit contained in the atmosphere and is strengthened by condensation. Vitriol and sulfur help him powerfully and finally, after a thickening process, it emerges as a tangible, thick and heavy substance. When these two salts in combination emerge from their vehicle, their proportion must be exact. It is also essential that the atmosphere, water and earth are pure at the moment in which the body is formed, otherwise they cannot give birth to a clean metal. If there were to be a lot of impure substance in the vitriol, both the vehicle or agent, i.e. vitriol, or sulfur, i.e. water, who is the patient, then the vitriol cannot assimilate or absorb much of the atmosphere or salt of the spirit converted into mercury. This is how a metal or mineral is born not clean. When, on the contrary, a vitriol is generated clean, in a clean apparatus, through which a clean current of atmosphere in the form of vapor, then the salt of the spirit coagulates in quantity and converts it into mercury. Sometimes, however, mercury cannot become mature because the weight and volume are too much, in which case remains in the form of metallic water. In the preparation of our mercury in our vitriol, from three things comes a fourth thing, the first, second and third return to one and become again from one three. Mercury originates from vitriol, water and quicksilver. If quicksilver is not present in the vitriol or if the vitriol is removed from it, then it would immediately become a metal. If the metal should be bright gold, then with artificial addition of universal vitriol, gold will be produced from it, but if it should be quicksilver, then silver will be produced. Take the superfluous and powerful vitriol, give it motion by adding water and a vapor will arise, which vapor will adhere to any substance such as a salt or a somewhat whitish. From the combination of our living metal, gold living and common gold you can create a work of art. I must now inform you that most people I am disappointed with my artificial apparatus, because in the beginning of its construction and in my working methods, it seems that I proceed in the opposite direction to almost all doctrines philosophical notes claiming that nothing can be improved metal by means of a mineral or metallic substance, except the metallic operation of a work of art which may be prepared without any living metal or any living metallic substance. They reject my good advice and method reliable offered to them and they try to discover a very pure living metal with which to dissolve common gold and putrefy it, and make it opaque, which is far from their intentions. Others they experiment with sulfur, treating it in various ways, and believing that the quicksilver of the ancients is not a metal or a mineral, but rather a penetrating salt with which sulfur can be refined, decomposed and reduced to a dye. I do not mean contradict anyone, nor do I intend to give anyone the gift of point out to him how wrong everyone is about this mercury, sulfur and salt, and how it is impossible to produce a purer mercury and a purer salt from the earth below our feet, for our pride and glory. What they obtain are simply substances already specified by the action of nature which, in its spontaneous motions, has already united so firmly together certain weights of atmospheric spirit or salt with vitriol, that it is impossible to separate them without adding the common mercury or spirits of salt, in order to separate the vitriol and mercury. That's right, nature did it these salts with so many other impurities, that they cannot be separated in any dissolution process without losing the best part of both. If you can get a mercury free of all the impurities of the earth, yes, will discover that it is sterile because it is derived from mercury, and 6 will cost 10 times more than a pound of mercury from which was produced. There is no point in throwing away a stone precious because you cannot separate it from the waste it is in enclosed. If you possess the unspecified universal mercury, our mercury, is completely useless and stupid to use it for get a lower mercury. If you have mercury universal, it would be a waste of effort to use it in an attempt to separate common mercury from metals, minerals, salts, or reduce them to their component parts. They do not contain. They contain the substance, vigor, and purity necessary for the creation of our work of art. With very little expense, I can combine real metals and minerals to produce living metals and even mercury, without the immediate help of the spirits of salt or universal mercury, but these solutions and separation processes are of no value. They produce a living metal that carries a low degree of benefit, but there is too much degenerate vitriol left in the composition, and so in the process of maturation of other metals is obtained very little even on rare occasions, compared to vitriol universal. If constructed correctly, my apparatus attracts from the atmosphere not only the salt of the universal spirit, but through the action of pure vitriol changes it into a mercury pure and in a living metal. The work is done from start to finish end without any outlay of money. It costs nothing, except the time spent in quiet moments to do so. Why so we are so stubborn that we don't let ourselves be taught by someone true master and make us correct our mistakes? I can demonstrate to you that I am able to produce from the salt of the Spirit universal an ordinary mercury in my device, without the addition of anything extraneous. I can't expect to stay with you for many years. The Lord, whom I thank in all humility, He revealed this great secret to me in my 23rd year, when I was studying the miracles performed by the Savior of the world, and I am now approaching my 71st year of age. I have gained a lot of experience and have come a long way far in my studies, to be able to give help to each of you. If it weren't for love, benevolence and friendship that I feel for you, I would not put pen to again paper. My character and my intelligence are made up so that, knowing much about these things, I want them to provide me with the opportunity to achieve high honors, but I rejoice because the seed I sowed among you is finally beginning to sprout. Think carefully, however, and ask yourself what more glorious, vigorous, and purer mercury you could wish for. Oh, the bliss of this work, at the same time. Purpose of the metallic art of that which originates in the heavens and in a king, who is your own self. In the sky that gives life to all things and sustains all things, in yourselves as king of the world, who dominate everything, who enjoy everything. Not such mercury must necessarily be better than that who is, so to speak, expelled from his throne. The heavenly atmosphere has been chained in an earthly prison, and no art or violence can free her before she has lost the fat of her body and the marrow of her bones in the firm grip of work carried forward by the process of dissolution. On the other part, heaven, guided by man, gives birth to a royal prince, producing the true artist in the full flower of life and of vigor. In the wisdom of him, man can raise him, and when the time comes he can crown it with gold and put it on top of the metallic and mineral kingdom to govern it. This is the Almighty whom Hermes praised in the emerald tablet. He is the true living mercury, not to be called living, because he becomes a living metal, and this is fluid and non-living, yet he is alive because in him is the living seed of there. He may be small in weight, but great in strength, for he can make ordinary fine gold become living gold and 10 or 12 times heavier. He can also expand into very penetrating way. Living gold is not born there until, with the skill of the master, let's not add the vitriol, then can make common gold living and fertile. Hidden in the centrum of mercury, there are minute grains of living gold, which constitute nothing other than the tincture. After the gold common is dissolved by mercury, the dye passes into gold, which assimilates the small grains and becomes living gold, capable of multiply from mercury in water into vitriol and of increase many hundreds or thousands of times, depending on work that is dedicated to him. For this reason my mercury changes silver into gold, without adding ordinary gold, after some time, through a process of assimilation duly accomplished, albeit slowly, due to the presence of living gold in its centrum. This is a masterly operation in metallic substances. After maturation, or fixation as they say now, a part of the tincture will transmute 10 times the amount into gold would make the tincture formed by the combination of mercury and common gold. The assertion that small grains are hidden in mercury of living gold is a statement of fact and not ex posteriori speculation. It is proven by experiments that the seeds of gold are obtained from mercury by an artificial method. If you add silver, together with gold, everything will transmute and it will become fine gold. This living gold and mercury, like we have already said, it is born from mercury and vitriol, which it soon changes into another vitriol, with the exception that it can become white due to violent contraction of mercury in the heat, which mercury, however, still remains sweet and free of impurities. I have matured metals through an input of mercury is this living metal, which transmutes into fine gold, that is, 100 parts of silver in fine gold, or 100 parts of copper in silver. Many have called it sulfur in mercury, sulphurum or universal, because they used it as a dye for other uses, but they did not know its origin. I will use the common way of speaking and I will say that except for this vitriol or sulfur, there is no other sulfur that is useful, to accelerate an entry, to mature or dye immature metallic substances and living metals. If mercury there is no presence, no operation is performed in metals masterful, no tincture is prepared. In order to make penetrating the common gold, you must understand that only the mercury provides the medium of entry into the metals of vitriol and sulfur, and the contraction of this mercury makes it mature. The moisture of the living metal passes into the dryness of the mercury and everything becomes dye. It doesn't exist in the world of nature no such thing as the wet state. People ignorant understood the word moist to mean wet. A wet state destroys everything. Our water doesn't get wet hands, but it's damp. Saline liquids have nothing to do with it do with this. Of there. I won't dwell long on the description of ours glorious gold, but I will say that, due to the long period of time required to prepare it from living metals, you may, if you wish, prepare it from common fine gold which, in this case, is necessary for the completion of this masterpiece metals. Common gold comes from the earth, consists of very clean mercury, vitriol, and a little water. It becomes ripe when water or superfluous moisture, through and into the which mercury and vitriol are united, is eliminated, and then the mercury is in a state of maturity. Having absorbed its vitriol, it becomes impervious to water and it remains a permanent metal. Vitriol holds mercury in such a way as to prevent it from being absorbed and carried away by the movement of wind in the atmosphere. The gold is in a perfect condition and does not need additional time for maturation as is the case of Saturn, lead, and other metals. Its perfection consists exclusively in purity, strength and proportionate weights of vitriol and mercury. Its growth and development they are determined by the purity and fluidity of its matrix. Where the matrix is weak and porous, the vapors impure and crude which continuously pass through the matrix, rising from the evaporation of water into the air, they penetrate easily into the stone and contaminate pure vitriol. In reverse, when it is compact and sealed, nothing can penetrate it except the atmospheric salt, which is immediately retained by the vitriol along with matrix and stone. The born stone from water it is coagulated into mercury. Gold is prepared for conversion into living metal by means of a certain artifice, in the process of our work of art, with which about 10 or 12 parts of our metal alive can dissolve a portion of gold. The proportion it can also be a fourth part, a fifth part or a seventh part of gold to 3/4, 4/5 or 6/7 of living metal, but the dye will not be as potent, the less solvent, the more difficult it is to release and expand the gold, because the living metal, due to the malleability of the gold, which has received it from the light, makes the gold fluid and witty through the action of the salt of the Spirit which is active in it for so long until finally the gold is freed from its firm chains, and the mercury or gold is separated from its vitriol. At this stage mercury becomes more often by the constant slow motion, while the vitriol of gold firmly prevents the expansion of its mercury, and it attaches itself to it and makes it contract as far as its strength reaches and the proportion of weights, until finally when our mercury united with the mercury of gold, then the living gold it unites with the vitriol of the living metal, that is, with the living grain of gold, and is strengthened by it, owing to its intense purity, to such a degree that mercury, through constant work and motion, it thickens due to the action of vitriol salts, with whom it unites little by little, until it is finally gathered with ease, completely coagulated and matured. Mercury has now become fixed and has imparted a new life to the vitriol, not as a metal, however, but not as a powder soluble in water as happens in the case of earth. The slime raw material of living metals can certainly coagulate by means of the action of water vapors, in addition to mercury and vitriol. Living metal itself does not have sufficient fire in its nature, just enough in fact to allow the vitriol and mercury to fuse into each other, which does not it can happen without the help of water. Gold disintegrates and its raw body is separated by the motion of the dye. Take only the mercury in vitriol and leave the body dead around the edge like useless land. Unless you separate the earth from the dye, which is easily recognized by the color, after the completion of the artwork, the earth will mix with the dye and prevent the growth process, because mercury dissolves and mixes with the body and causes it to degenerate the composition, so that the dye will be weaker later. The growth is capable of dyeing only a 20th part more than before, instead of bringing it to full maturity. The ancients called sulfur and vitriol many names, for example the atmosphere condensed in minerals, salt of mercury, gold, red lion, mercury, the white eagle, man and woman, fixed and fluid, etc., but I have not maintained these names as they do not really and essentially throw any light on our subject. In writing to you I have not borrowed this epistle from other authors, since I judge that it is better for you if I describe its form and character as I found them and how I worked with them. Of colors. When mercury dissolved the gold that was in the container and made it fluid and expanded, the gold mercury became united with universal mercurial salt and vitriol, or universal sulfur of gold, that is, vitriol of gold and sulfur. Some authors have described it as a process of putrefaction, because the substance is apparently black, and yet it is only possible that one metal or mineral becomes decomposed matter. This, they say, must be changed by the craftsman into one animal or vegetable substance, which, however, does not take place in the course of our preparation of this superproduct. Not I can imagine why one should believe and assert that the solution can take place through any process of decomposition. Although the color of the substance is blackish or, to be more precise, gray-black which changes to green-black, it is not really black, and even less, to use a ridiculous current expression, blacker than black itself. Even this blackness of color does not show me that decomposition is present, seeing that many mineral substances, for example vitriol or sulfur and living metal and the chemical preparations taken from them, are black and yet are not in a state of decomposition, although such substances they often emit a bad odor, beyond which, none may notice any odor during our work coming from these substances of ours, to the end, nor can it give an opinion on any such possibility. When we change the salt of the universal air into mercury, we bring the substance to a state of decomposition with our own methods, so that the animal part, through its magnetic force, detaches completely, but after that, just there our substance transforms into a mineral condition, not that we change more. Everything we do from this moment on then, it occurs through the process of simple dissolution and coagulation. Nothing happens through any process decomposition, in the way people generally believe. Decomposition changes the substance of a thing from its current form to another form, just like ours human bodily substance is transformed, by the air, through certain artificial processes of decomposition, passing from the middle and higher kingdoms into the lower, to become mineral or metallic. It does not change again in its substance or in its original state. A seed that is placed in the soil, it does not decompose. The vital salt sinks into the soil with the dew and rain, penetrating through the seed shell up to the nucleus, which swells and becomes slime. Then the image vitality of the plant or tree, which was originally imprinted in the seed, it divides into many forms. Each of these small images acquires an existence in material form through its own vital salt, vitriol and water, which manifests over time, and its own first salt or vitriol is reinforced by the universal vitriol of the soil, which continuously flows towards it and into it, come on water vapors coming from the ground. So, it is continuously nourished by the penetrating vital salt coming from the dew and from the rain. The vehicle, or ordinary water, seeps into the soil, and with this as a medium something coagulates. The water nourishes and increases its substance, through oppositionem particularum. From this process a large plant grows or a tall tree, as long as the soil remains, in which the nutrient central salt supports and nourishes. This vital salt descends up of it through the action of dew and rain. Therefore, it is not correct for anyone to say that, through experience, can improve anything through a process of decomposition in the realm of the animal, plant, mineral or kingdoms metallic, while at the same time leaving its shape unchanged original and its own peculiar substance, to then find it, or see her, more beautiful. I could write again about plant growth and reveal a completely different theory based on truth, not on idle and misleading speculation, if that were my aim and my aim set, but I did so in another treatise. Now I want to say something about the power of the eye, which some have written about, and I will show you what it consists of. What they call vis oagen, power of the eye, is nothing more than this. When Mercury moves, the substance sometimes rises into the air, looking like little hillocks, then the soil of extinct gold, silt, or what is called black, precipitates on the margin, and the gold alive elevated stands green or pearly before the eye, vis oagen. The peacock's tail is red, yellow, green and blue, but there is nothing more beautiful than the colors you see inside of the glass container. This is the effect of universal sal volatile and mercury, which sometimes happens without any operation, as in the case of your windows, where you can see colors in the glass, through the action of rain and the distillation process. Sometimes it seems like the substance changes entirely, and this can often be seen on the surface in various colors, but perhaps it is the glass container that is deceiving. I can't write much about this, and the reason is that when the gold has been dissolved, it very readily appears on the top the dead earth, and then the mass becomes entirely greenish. This can only be learned through the so-called vis oagen. Then the black earth comes out and leaves the whole mass covered. When the process of dissolving the gold is completed and the separation of the water ends, the mass it expels all the extinct and impure earth on the edge of the glass container and appears white. Here it should be noted that the substance does not change in a day, but takes a long time, because each color, in its development, appears slowly. It becomes strong and gradually fades. When does it start? White color appears, the substance gradually changes in powder form, which means that our vitriolum has made mercury and made it contract. Here the process begins of maturation and subsequently proceeds to coagulation, commonly called fixation, and after that the vitriol showed his first strength and changed the divine mercury in gold into a white earth. A further process follows, and through a gradual motion it mixes the mercury, which it coats each particle of vitriol with many parts of mercury. The longer this process lasts, the better it will be result, until finally the small corpuscles become solid and compact. The yellow color appears and ends with red, and our task is finished. Of time and the container. I can't write about the time it takes and give you an exact period, because the work can take a long time or a short time, depending on whether mercury and vitriol are extracted from a single element or from several. Anyway, this is a period between 7 and 10 months. Although the work is known to me in an abbreviated form, probably no one among the ancients knew how this could be done. Carry out the work with less danger than there is in the traditional way repeatedly practiced by them. Yes, can do with a large mass of material. Nevertheless, when it is finished, the work is not as good and the property of the dye is weaker than that which derives from smaller quantities. As for the type of container used, I have one of my own choosing which proved of great use in setting the right weight of our material for the process in the glass container. Of fire. There's nothing left to mention, in the way I intend to educate you, as I have done in the case of water, if not say that fire is an accident, a prematural movement in the salt of nature, or, more clearly expressed in our style, as I now use it, a disorderly motion between mercury and vitriol. When anything is given a strong motion through external intervention, then its mercury, or salt of the spirit, becomes subtle and is rendered, for so to speak, penetrating and is attracted here and there by the strong external motion of the atmosphere, thus keeping the mercury active and the substance is inert. The continuous external motion caused by the movement of the atmosphere thins the mercury, and vitriol and condensation causes the salts to become hot and are thereby changed into light that heats up and recondenses. Then the light gradually detaches and slowly comes out from material substance. The heated spirit becomes acrid, it consumes and dries out the water and creates a mess in the mercury and in vitriol. Moisture binds mercury and vitriol together, the substance then begins to fall apart, the vitriol and its mercury are deprived of all moisture and it becomes a dead, acrid salt lye, having died in the forced disorder of motion and profound change. Most of the cohesive spirit in mercury and vitriol, it becomes a dead land, mercury and spirit, together with some of the water. Having now become atmosphere, escapes in the turbulent atmosphere, in a corroded state, in the form of a vapor, i.e., flame. As it slightly rises, through extraordinary motion, the spirit becomes pervasive and subtle. As the vapor rises, the substance becomes purer as it is separated into the air. When the light has entirely separated and abandoned the darkness due to its sharpness, a heavy vapor originates which sticks to everything it touches in the form of soot. So, you see, that precious though despised substance, soot, has the same origin as our terrestrial silt. Just as the earthly silt came into being through the fall of Lucifer, because this same light in a motion too strong it weakened and became acrid, consider the pride and arrogance of this, and in this way caused the light of God to move away from itself. So, in our work, the light creates a substance, called by Christ the salt of earthly light, which is the salt of self-propulsion and, when incited by his proud spirit, drives away from himself the light of corroborating word, and then the material substance becomes dark, detestable and stinking. Lucifer was thrown into perdition and damned. He would be the same for us if it were not that the filius erex ditatus vel trinitatis, Mercurius, sal volatile astrale etiarum, has pities the fallen and degenerated salt and infuses it with a new one light, that is, it rises into the air like black smoke, whereupon the fallen substance recovers and, sweetening from its greater harshness, it sticks to the walls of the fireplace and the oven, and then by itself gives life to the atmosphere, which although still prey to original sin, from the fall of the self-propelled salt, and still black and dirty in its external appearance, nevertheless internally it possesses great strength due to the liberated salt and the new light infused by the multiple salt of the spirit mercury. When the artist thus succeeds in correctly dissolving the soot and separating the pure from the impure, he thereby secures the most powerful self-propelled salt, close to our terrestrial slime, and then it possesses a genuine and glorious mercury, a glorious vitriol, a silver live and all metals, also a delicate gold solvent, and this without expense. Soot has a universal salt, which has deviated from its previous state through combustion, and it is now an indeterminate and nonspecific substance, so it's not mineral, nor metal, nor animal substance, nor plant, and yet has force for and in all things. Once through the specification, its own function is returned, and I, apart from the masterpiece of the experiment, don't want it mentioned more, but I must pass over the soot preparation in silence. I want, however, to tell you as a secret that there is difficulty in choosing soot. You have to choose soot that yields a mercury, during the solution and separation of the pure from the impure, without the addition of anything, which contains within itself the gold in proportionate weight and which increases, and also yields a glorious tincture, after a due process of coagulation and maturation, suitable for the improvement of ordinary metals, which makes such metals mature and turns them into gold. This is how this dye is made. It is the most glorious in the world, through our enterprise masterful. But I am straying too far from the subject of fire. It is yet to be mentioned how a thing becomes ignited through fermentation and decomposition. When a thing is moist, or chopped and moist, the specified structure of the substance is led to putrefy so that it infiltrates a greater quantity of mercury through the humidity channel and begins to rarefy the vitriol and decompose the matter. Such mercury takes hold of vitriol belonging to the substance, the light goes out as a result of this double state of motion, the spirit lights up and the matter catches fire. This depends on the amount of water present. In case some water remains, the substance it cannot burn, because the water prevents the excessively penetrating expansion of the spirit and the consequent ignition, and then we find a salt in the water, which pervades, is hot and penetrating, but only when it is artificially separated and a greater quantity of water is brought to it and it is deflamed, then the spirit expands again and easily inflames. All plant and animal life is set free from the so-called fermentation and then enters a state of decomposition. The reason why these materials do not decompose completely during their gradual disintegration and disappearance is that there is not enough water present and therefore an insufficient amount of mercury can penetrate, universal arum, to cause complete dissolution. A pound of water can only absorb a certain weight of mercury, and the said water is the only channel towards the air, atmosphere, and towards the universal salt present in it which, when is insufficient, cannot completely reduce the substance. Likewise, salt water, being raw, can absorb only a certain weight, saturation, although it mixes easily. Meanwhile we get, without fire or flame, through the so-called fermentation process, the salt of things, together with the spirit, and we use them for our daily needs. In such work, however, one must supervise the process of motion and take good note of the moment of dissolution. The vitriol is constantly reinforced and increased by mercury, coming from outside, but the matter that is sealed cannot ferment, much less decompose, unless the container is large enough and wide and the amount of matter in it is small, leaving so much room for air. The strength of mercury is reduced gradually and the matter comes out freely into the air, together to the spirit. The time of harvesting has come and thus we obtain a body-form spirit salt without water, as long as you have a container ready. If we had to wait too much, then the work is in vain and the penetrating salt and the sal arum mercurii evaporate together with the spirit of life animal and plant and the substance begins to emit a sour smell, which shows that a lot of spirit has left and salt and the mercury coming from outside begins to expand the vitriol excessively and finally causes it to change into saltpeter mixed with much mercury in the proportion as high as possible. What remains of the parts of the substance damp and rough it becomes earth. Here you can understand well that the terms fermentum fermentantis and decomposition they take on a completely different appearance from the one up to now imagined and cannot be used for the purpose of our masterful undertaking. Our substance is thus dissolved by a certain weight of mercury, which can no longer grasp, expand and attenuate gold and its vitriol, except in the proportion of his strength and his weight, while from the outside it is added little or nothing with our work, because water vapors do not they can penetrate our closed container, being them the mercury channel, so our substance does not sour. As soon as dissolution occurs, the vitriol begins the process of regeneration and coagulation. Now I will show you the cause of the flaming fire and I will make known what kind of fire is appropriate to our scope. The ordinary flame of fire accomplishes great things and the Lucifer discovers the quality of fire on his own during his fall from heaven out of pride. Lighting as he did all the spirits of his kingdom, caused an uproar among the angels subordinated to Lucifer, whereupon water was created in the created, to bring relief and aid to these fallen creatures. Every kindled spirit and every burning salt can be quieted by water and brought to an orderly state of motion. Much can also be achieved in the condition of water itself through the nature and quality of fire. Where there is no water, however, in which they can carry an incendiary spirit and a burning salt, in their disordered state of motion, then all those qualities that spirit, or salt, possess in themselves or among themselves are corrupted and wasted. So, when we reduce meat and vegetables to the condition suited to our sustenance, along with their vitriol, then, unless we allow the fire to be brought into them or against them, the mercury goes away and the vitriol is wasted and we take no nourishment. But if we allow that the fire intervenes gently, through the water, the butter or the fat, on the juice of the meat, then the spirit ignited and its burning salt acts on meat and vegetables and the spirit and salt pass into the fat and water. That is, they become thicker. So, when we cook meat and vegetables to enjoy the vitriolum, for the sustenance of our bodily life, we must bring fire to them or through them, otherwise the mercury goes away and the vitriol it decomposes and no nutritional value remains for us. We must allow the fire to penetrate gently through the water, butter, fat and juice of the food itself. The ignited spirit and its burning salt become active in the meat and vegetables. The spirit passes into the fat and water and they become thicker. As soon as the salt particles gradually begin to rise, which happens until below or near food burn wood, coals or other material kind, which salt particles already exist in water. The food is preserved in this softening process and thinning and is led to expand further. Water, however, does not admit flames, and therefore spirit and the salt of the burning substance, still remaining penetrating, they insert themselves into the heart of the meat and vegetables and separate their component parts and structure and dissolve them completely. A part of the mercury contained in the substances, together with the spirit and the salt, disappears in vapor. One part remains in the water and another part is absorbed by the container in which it is cooked, which must be kept closed, and the substance used it must be cooked very delicately. The vitriol remains fixed in the substance and its juice. It is not easily spoiled or made to look like saltpeter, unless cooking is too long and violent. Fat, however, does not give as well to the spirit as salt is to water, yet in it the salt and the spirit, unless they are turned on, they can be made thick, because living flesh is, for the most part, salt and spirit and, in minor degree, water. So, if a piece of roast must come well cooked on the skewer, during cooking it must be continuously greased, after which it will soon be cooked, not burnt, juicy and tasty. I could explain these things much more fully, if this deserved my attention, but it has already been explained enough. Fire can be used without harm, cannot be done, accomplish nothing without a flame, so you must carry at the fire in contact with the chemical container containing our substances. The inflaming spirit and the burning salt pass through water or some layer of air. They become thick and loose in their firm consistency, not doing so no harm, because we use a gentle fire with our substances, just as we use a natural burning fire when we can produce good mercury and gold in a container suitable for the purpose, by means of a metallic dye. But this is not my practice, because I use a fire delicate. My fire is gentle, stimulating and invigorating, and at the same time spirit and salt, but not a burning fire and inflammatory, has a softening quality and easily spreads. I generate it through the medium of the air, where my mercury and my gold originate, has one calming and auspicious quality, gradually becoming active in all the substance used, bringing everything to maturity. I will write no more to you about my kind of fire, having promised to keep quiet. It is enough to know what the result is ensured by exact application of the flame up to a moderate at some point. I hope I have sharpened your wits and of having led you to know something that your intelligence will be able to use. Of the masterful function of metals in the human body. Much boasting is found in the chemistry books, they cover this topic, but I know from experience that half of it is false. Our salt, obtained from earthly silt, made metallic and mixed with gold, it produces the regeneration of salt and gold in the form of a tincture, which is a powerful medicine to strengthen the human body and restore its health. It's not one universal medicine for the animal order, until it has become a mineral and changed into a mineral substance. That is to say, the artist must regenerate it before it can become a mercury, after which he will work in the disease and make which is falsely claimed to be done by a dye metallic. If you want to live long and healthy, you must remove all pains and aches from your body through the use of one saline medicine. Take an acid spirit of salt, an oil very heavy in a suitable salt, such as salt from kitchen, not alkaline. Clean these 3 ingredients and separate phlegm, 32, then combine them again and you will obtain a red salt, permanent, fluid in fire, which in due proportions it unites and seals within itself the concentrated astral salt, the animal mercury and the vitriol. By this process a skilled master can prepare a dose according to the nature of the disease and administer it, in an appropriate container, in that quantity that even if there is no sign of the spark of life, despite the weakness of the sufferer he will effect a cure, unless God call the soul. Of special functions. There are certain methods in particular that generate a tremendous commotion among those who toil in the search for gold. In truth there is no one so simple, ignorant, and poor who doesn't own a couple dozen formulas, among in which there must certainly be something profitable. In effects, it is certain that there is. It's quite funny and barely as believable as these poor people obtain the knowledge to make gold and silver that is useful to them and are willing to teach it to others. Of course I can't do that anything of the sort. They themselves possess nothing but a few old papers and have no social relations except with liars who use incomprehensible words, false in their meaning. For this reason, they lead many misers by the nose and gold diggers rushed until, having stripped them of their belongings, leaving them with a handful of sparse hairs scattered around place of the much coveted golden fleece of Jason. I don't deny it that certain particularized methods are useful, but I know for sure which there have been very few people in the world capable of use them. I assert that among the many gold diggers I know, I have not been able to find more than 2 who could enjoy the fruit of their labor. Reputable methods vary considerably. Some they consist of cunning subterfuges, 33, and these most easily yield the best profits. Some use a more intense condensation of silver, as they bring it closer atoms with the addition of vitriol or salium vitrioli liquorum, whereupon receiving the tincture of gold and copper it is changed into gold. There are others which use pure and simple tinctures, by which a small part of an inferior metal it is changed into many parts of gold and silver. It was said by the ancients nullum est particulare nisi ex universal, nothing is particular except from the universal, from do not understand that you cannot make any dye without it the universal matter saporum, stricta summa, or, as it is he says in our Dutch language, without our earth silt. All vitriol that is particularized or specified together with their sulfurs are produced from it, and all metals living things obtained from universal mercury and vitriol are born from it and grow and work through the universal spirit of mercury. So there is no specified dye that firstly it is not derived from the universal mercury and vitriol. When any artist manages to combine an inferior metal or a mineral earth, with vitriol and with mercury, pure and clean, in the right weights, and to seal the mixture, then can, with long labor, procure a tincture of great strength. Such work, however, requires a lot time, much expense, and much effort, and it is not, as the owners of such a dye have imagined, anything like the universal dye, although it is said that this universal dye is derived from such a process. In conclusion of the foregoing, I have already passed on to you everything that God has granted me, my worthy friends and colleagues of the famous and renowned Research College. Consider this, then, as mine last testament, and since it may be that God shortly you invite me to leave this evil world, I would like not only to show you the way to accomplish the masterly feat to prepare metals, but also to show you how you can know the origin of all substances and all elements. There are, however, many circumstances that cannot be adequately described with the pen, but can only be correctly considered through the eyes and hands of those who own them. The work of a shoemaker, or any other craftsman who has his own masterpiece or art which, however, compared to ours, is like water compared to wine, not can be made by an apprentice with simple reading and description of this masterpiece. Just as the apprentice is raised to the top rung of the ladder of his craft by the master, and treated with respect only afterwards, which for a certain time made shoes badly, so in our work no one can achieve efficient preparation of our secret, unless he is granted the revelation of the celestial influences, until he has made no mistakes, through the teaching of a living master, not has seen and imitated the necessary and required skillful move of the hand. Regarding the question you ask me, what is the truth method of this masterly feat in metals and how is it done? You are asking too much here, and therefore not for the moment I will answer you as fully as you would like. I seem to have already said more than enough about this in my physics. Nevertheless, I will enlighten you further, and thus I say, the most remote substance connected with this undertaking it's the atmosphere. Second in order is sweet salt water extracted from the atmosphere. The nearest substance is the snow-white earth that comes out of the water, and the last, mercury, which arises from the double salt emanating from this earth. Here, of course, various elements are meant, which are almost countless, through which learned and gold-thirsty people have attempted to find and grasp the essence of the atmosphere and the little bird that hovers there. Their time, work and expenses are lost, because it happens that they are missing completely the knowledge of the truth, and for this purpose indispensable, magnet, and so have wasted their work, although some who came to see the magnet, mocked this work and ridiculed the philosophy of the atmosphere. Their opinion, however, is wrong, and their ignorance takes nothing away from the truth of art and of science. Any reasonable doctor, who gave his opinion on the matter without prejudice, would be on my side. So how is it possible for such people to achieve what they want, when they don't even know how to do what do they feel what other people have done? The prize is one fair reward for work. They are eager to grab the sweet, the best and universal spirit, the living salt and the light of the world, and attempt to obtain it from a substance dead. With pungent substances and calcined bones, igneous alkalis and corrupted stones, try to attract the light of the world, but they will not catch, by grinding, this bird, which Hermes calls his own, but with pretty traps and good bird food, and with some of his own kind, that is other birds, it attracts the little Spirit of God, which is bright, benevolent and glorious. It is not absorbed by anyone dark, smelly and corrosive spirit, but can be grasped by a delicate, humble and benevolent soul. Because one can better to take something with a reminder of himself type. When the universal spirit of the atmosphere comes to reside in an arsenical substance, it changes into this particular quality and serves as nourishment for plants. So, though the purpose of this masterly feat, the necessary magnet, it is the best, most delicate and glorious light and sweet salt, full of life and spirit, who has never smelled the flaming fire, nor tasted the raw earth. In short, nature produces it from the atmosphere itself, in a way extraordinary, but completely usual and well-known. It is found everywhere at all times and is powered by the sun and regulated from the moon. As such, it gives firm hope to a servant of God and endows it with the seeds of vigor and strength, the upper and lower millstones, in the form of sweet mercury or water Saturniana and an unctuous substance, my worthy friends and colleagues. This can be achieved anywhere and everywhere moment, in the heat of summer and the rigors of winter. It is, however, more abundant in one period than in the other. I have never seen it offered for sale, yet it can be seen at sea and on land. Its preparation is triple in its perfection. First, an odorless and tasteless snow-white powder. Second, 2 salts without moisture. Third, these 3 parts converted to mercury. Its strength is present in every preparation in a wonderful way. In its raw state it contains the root of the finest gold and silver. This causes it to ferment, bubbling like a yeast, as I once demonstrated to our old friend, here André Stiger, court doctor attached to the hospital and medicine man at the city of Heidelberg, as well as the unforgettable Professor Stahl. His power, used in the medical art, is enormous, and the knowledge of him is the key to nature. He does what he does, and it can be accomplished by any other means, as it can be perceived in any direction, from the center to the circumference. Great spending or great wealth produces nothing. Nam Deus vendit sua bona sui pro oration et labor, non pro pecunia, for God sells his goods to his own for prayer and work, not for money. I didn't try to imitate nature in the end to acquire wealth, but wisdom. God has granted me what I have prayed for his benevolence, and I intend to burden myself with extra work, worry, but I want to enjoy the acquisition of knowledge of the master feat in metals, without these heavy millstones around my neck. With regard to your other question, it's very easy to answer. You ask nothing more than this: what should be thought of the eminent persons at court, generally called the workers and gold diggers, or alchemists? To this I reply, this: it is certain that the prince and the lord allow the alchemists to destroy a large part of fine metals, minerals, vegetables and animals, and provide ovens, coal, receptacles at high cost, in the hope of making gold, but the alchemist does not have an exact understanding of this art, though he has tried all the days of his life, yet he has no other instrument than the strength of his will in this art. Everyone they have been thrown into a sea of despair in their eye fly towards the mineral sun, as Icarus was with his wax wings. These alchemists are of no use to their master, though perhaps they are useful to themselves, but they certainly don't help the master with their art that, though they have so often sworn falsely, it is a true thing and reliable. As for spending, no philosopher must take the trouble to turn to any man of great wealth. The poor can obtain moderiam lapidam phi easily and better than the princes. A whole pound of mercurii philosophorum, from the beginning to the end of the complete preparation work, must not cost more than 12 shillings. The sums of money are useless for this purpose, because the perfect preparation of the raw material produces as much fine aurum virginium, without the addition of any metal or mineral. Time and work alone are the things that the artist will need for his fermentation process. If in the meantime he were to need food and supplies and due to poverty he should not be enabled to wait until his masterpiece is completed, he also has in his possession a universal matter, which with a simple preparation process provides him with medicines, and among them the best of all, that is, a true aurum and drinkable argentum suitable for human use and genuine gold tincture. Therefore the little gold or silver he may have, no patient who needs it in advance will refuse it he hopes to be cured. When he has $12 in hand and follows the way of life that he should follow, not daily bread should henceforth never be lacking in his house. Consider the case of a tailor who is not good at his work. What man of good condition, knowing nothing about the making of clothes, except what can be felt or read, would you be so careless as to entrust to such a person the making of a golden dress? Yet he hears himself said around that someone, unable to treat a patient with a 4-day treatment and having done nothing in the refinement of metals, he wants to commit himself to the creation of a universal medicine or means to make gold, simply because he was poor like Iro he hopes to become rich with his work Croesus. When our laboratory assistants succeed in perfecting solia laxua or alkali fixa, without any addition, when they transform them into volatile elements, witty and lively, and will be able to dissolve gold without boiling, without leaving anything in the retort, when they will be able to produce metals from the air itself without any foreign element, do it at no cost, then I will start taking them into account. There would then be hopes that after the works that come made in the artist's chemical laboratory, they become masters or at least assistants. For great men of condition social laboratory assistants are not important. These gentlemen demand that gold give rise to other gold and, in their private laboratories, only that which produces money in excess is considered, not wisdom. It just is the gold that the laboratory assistants ask for from the little girl country nobility and the latter to laboratory assistants. They have little or no consideration at all for wisdom, from whose temple certainly a secret door leads to wealth. Anyone who possesses knowledge of this art with undoubted certainty should not never reveal it to a man of high status or to anyone princely character until he has, with long conversation, probed his feelings and is thus able to consider him as his Christian, upright and constant friend. He is alone in this way that a knowledge of the most intimate heart of nature can reach a princely character. An honest minister of nature can easily guide nature without flame or fire. She does not speak to him with fire burning, and he uses a very penetrating fire in their mutual relationship, not at all corrosive, which resides in the same cavity of nature, together with the real substance of matter. The artist makes a separation, places his material in a container and suspends it above the most powerful, splendid, beautiful and penetrating fire where it can take place the separation and coagulation process. Once turned on fittingly, this fire runs for several months without the need for treatment, then it is renewed with a subsequent feeding. For the purpose of chemistry, in his highest feat, is from the one substance and cavity of nature that gold, mercury, and fire come from, and nothing else is placed in the container except the hidden athanor. How are the assistants doing now, with their wonderful ones, ovens, vats, expensive materials and pernicious work? Where am I, the great ones with their many thousands of lost ducats? In all these things the work used is simple, it has no need of prolixity of speech, and is not even worthy of little praise. Most assistants are enemies of nature, they torture it too much with their evil architects. If it were possible, I really think they would transform the laboratory in hell. Ori sacra fames, quid non mortalia vogis pectora, the sacred gold hungers, why not the mortal chests of the sea? May each of you guard against this crazy stupidity and be careful of his own mind, so that no one enters into it golden worm of this kind and you bring her to dismay. Its other consequences consist in the effect it has of ruining intelligence, causing disorder and the loss of intelligence own assets. These consequences are to be feared no less when you leave some portion in the jar. Our friends laugh at this pernicious sect, and yes, they guard against these sorcerer practitioners as they would guard against the devil himself, because most of them have the appearance of chimney sweeps. But once such an ignoble individual has crept under the skin of someone, I know for a fact that getting rid of them is not an easy task, at least until he has sucked a generous portion of vigor and blood. In exchange for the profit, he leaves garbage and finds a dozen corners to escape any ruthless hand. Being perfect and skilled in disguise, one can assert that all processes are the universal process, yet one is said to be better than one other. These authors know how to lead their own people by the nose readers. Some assistants take pleasure in quoting books such as Geber, the Tubba and many others, whatever their title, just as heretics quote the Bible. A real one God does not reveal the intelligence of this matter with books, they are of no use to anyone. They cannot be used without them delude themselves and are useless without positive demonstration. Could these books win our approval? Cheap junk. They are dark and futile. You read preconceived opinions there. If by chance we were intelligent enough to understand something about vitriol or mercury in books, then there might be sense in the definitions or explanations concerning vitriol or mercury. What man hears about is readily believed. There was once a Dutch carpenter in the East Indies, who deluded himself that one day he would certainly become Governor-General of the Kingdom of Holland and of all the Netherlands, as another shipwright had secured an important place in old age for length of service and because of luck and good conduct and because other officers had been killed in a naval battle. He thought that his intelligence was not less than that of the other and considered his appearance more attractive looking in the mirror. However, he died in poor economic conditions. If anyone has time and money to spare in the course of his profession, then let him dedicate his time to the service of God and to self-knowledge himself and offer the money to the poor, then he will put it together in heaven a treasure for the mind of him that neither moths nor the rust they will devour and which thieves will not search for or take away. There is an abundance of time for contemplation the wonderful works of God. Therefore it is not incumbent on anyone dedicate yourself to such futile effort, because $1 in your pocket is better than 1,000 devoted to vain hopes. Now I will put an end to this talk and finally move on to show you, in response to your last question, how can gold dissolve, with little work and little expense and without fire or corrosive acids, and thus turn it into a wonderful medicine, by the grace of God. Although a just God has burdened man not only with illnesses, but also with death, he too, in his mercy and benevolence, he was prompt, in what he grants that an excellent medicine arises from the earth, for the benefit of man, the highest creature among all others, and so, by the sacred will of God, the body overwhelmed by illness can be brought back to good health and maintained there. The kingdom of nature is divided into three by learned professors and doctors, namely the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom and the mineral kingdom, which distribute their energy to man for his use. In this division, it is certainly not the least the mineral kingdom is important, and in it the noblest among the metals, gold, possesses wonderful medicinal powers, stimulating the spirit in man's life when illness happens and is driven away with the help of God. The spiritus luminosus is deeply rooted in gold as a compact and robust metallic force, and therefore is not able to make man participate in its strength unless it is liberated from his bonds. Various doctors have attempted to break the chains with different preparations. I will allow each of you to keep your opinion. I, for my part, thank God, have my own method of carrying gold in solution and extract the core. It can be done easily, without expenses, with little effort and in a short time. I'm writing to you about these things having come, with a lot of work, to know experimentally what the very solution is ori, the true solution of gold, the true one, is gold solution, and in the course of this experiment to know how powerful this essence of dissolved gold is, one once it has been brought into a state of dissolution by my solvent is in a position to be so remarkably useful to the human body. It is very likely that many of you strongly doubt the effectiveness of my method. Nonetheless, I will not extort money from you, whether you doubt it or not, being incapable of such conduct. Believe it or not, it makes no difference to me, nor does it offend me at all. I trust that you, or some of you, will believe in my method, and I will be satisfied if my writings please you. That's what I mean. God willing, let's all get busy of this issue. Gold, in Latin equals aurum and in Greek equals chrysos, is for all metals the most noble, the most solid, the purest, the most beautiful, constant, the most sumptuous and magnificent, and without a doubt king in the mineral kingdom, joy for the eye, the heart, the mind, the life and feelings of man. That's all enough well known. But by chemists, because of its excellence, it is called sun, corpus rubium, Leo, homo senex, lapis benedictus, filius solis, pater ignis, rubius filius, lumen magis, fermentatum, rubium, etc. It is beyond dispute that gold, in terms of excellence, is not uniform, being divided into various genres, among which, the superiors are gold Arabic, Hungarian gold and Rhine gold. It is not, however, only in our days that this noble metal is venerated. He was very rightly called, as Lucan says, Ferrum mortim timir ori nescit amor. Love does not know how to fear iron and death or gold. And similarly naso, aurum omnes, victa jam pietate, collant, oro pulso fides, oro venalia jura. Aurum lex sequitur, all, having already been conquered by piety, worship gold, faith with a golden beat, gold sales rights. The golden rule follows, and in some other passages, aurea nunc viri sunt secula, plurimus oro venit bonos, oro conciliator honor, the golden ages are now true, most of the gold comes from the good, gold wins honor. Was held in high esteem by men in ancient times, the cell of the monastery it was richly adorned. I'm not even talking about the holy temple that the wise Jewish king built in honor and glory of the Almighty King who, as one would say, it was shining like gold, because it was covered with gold. Yes, even when paradise was being created, gold was mentioned. It brought fame to a royal hydria because gold was found there. The words are, the gold is there. Gold is expensive in any country, and so the important people in any era have increased their rank and condition with gold, making their appearance more important and splendid. Meaning what demonstrated in the history of both the temporal world and that spiritual. A certain author writes that the Peruvian kings, not satisfied with possessing small gold containers, had chairs made and saddles of gold. Similarly, they had very large statues made of pure and simple gold placed in their temples melted. They did this because the regions they owned were sprinkled with seeds of gold ore. It happened that it was discovered a new gold mine almost every day. Sometimes gold it grew out of the ground like bushes and shrubs and twisted around trees and vines. It is also said that when they threw their nets into the waters and retreated out, they found themselves there often large pieces of gold. Some of these pieces were worth it 4,000 or 5,000 ducats each. We must not forget the great treasure in the church of Maria di Loreto, mentioned by cleric scribes. The internal walls they are covered with portraits of fedeli, engraved on gold and silver. Bodies and limbs made of gold and silver can be seen there, also statues of the 12 apostles, each weighing 60 pounds adorned with gold, and c. However, since it is not our intention to detain you further with stories of this kind, otherwise I could not narrate several, it would be better for us to know if from such noble metal an excellent medicine can be obtained to protect man's health, to recover it when it is lost, with the blessing of God and the use of such medicine. We will therefore dispense with the stories and proceed immediately to describe gold. Gold consists of very pure mercury and vitriol and some water. It becomes ripe when the humidity by which mercury and vitriol are united disappears, then the mercury remains in its full maturity, constant and complete. Geber describes gold as follows: aurum est corpus metallicus, citrinum ponderosum mixtum, fulgidum multum, equaliter in ventre terrae digestum et aqua minerali diuticime lodum, sub maleo ductal et igni fusel. examinationum surinitii et cemendi tolerans, metallic body, heavy lemon mixed, shiny much, equally sorted in the belly of the earth and washed for a very long time with mineral water, under the ductile hammer and molten fire, tolerating the removal of lime and cement, the perfect nature of gold consists in purity, strength and weight of vitriol and mercury. It is through the cleanliness and solidity of matrix that promotes growth. When the matrix is weak and porous, the crude and impure vapors that pass through it as the air passes from the water to the earth and, in due course, through a process of penetration, they contaminate pure vitriol, but given a generating matrix compact, nothing can penetrate it except the pure salt of the atmosphere and gold is produced. Gold consists of very pure mercury and vitriol and some water. It becomes ripe when the humidity by which mercury and vitriol are united disappears, then the mercury remains in its full maturity, constant and complete. Geber describes gold as follows: Aurum est corpus metallicus, citrinum ponderosum mixtum, fulgidum multum, equaliter invent re terrae digestum et aqua minerali diuticime lodum, sub maleo ductal et igni fusel, examinationum surinitii et cemendi tolerans. The perfect nature of gold consists in purity, strength and weight of vitriol and mercury. It is through the cleanliness and solidity of matrix that promotes growth. When the matrix is weak and porous, the crude and impure vapors that pass through it as the air passes from the water to the earth and, in due course, through a process of penetration, they contaminate pure vitriol, but given a generating matrix compact, nothing can penetrate it except the pure salt of the atmosphere and gold is produced. From this brief description of what gold consists of, we can now know that great powers are attributed to it of improvement of the basest metals and also of health human. As for the former, that material from which gold comes from improving metals, refining them and turning them into gold, it is generally called the philosopher's stone. There are many people wandering in search of him, to possess it, and many boast, in fact, of possessing it truly, understanding the art of transmuting base metals into gold, yet they lack it. They only own one great willpower in the practice of the art, leading them up to the sun of the mineral kingdom by means of wax wings. When these wings begin to melt, they throw the flying Icarus into the sea of despair. Others don't own case and continue to believe they know the art. I know the story of a craftsman, whom I won't name for various reasons, who appeared before the assembly of doctors of a famous university to present a topic in which, by a severe process of reasoning, he persuaded professors that there could be no philosopher's stone nor any process of transmutation. Then the craftsman asked a small oven, charcoal and lead. When were given to him, he melted the lead and threw powder into it, whereupon the lead immediately became gold, which he placed in front to the professors, pronouncing the following words: "Solve mihi bune syllogismum," after which the craftsman left. Although many descriptions come to light of day, who claim to teach everything about the philosopher's stone, many of them are so obscurely stated that they cannot be well spoken of. I will not mix with these, nor will I state anything about the art of transmutation, nor will I deny the possibility. Such a noble art should be esteemed, well received, and should be given a good one start. It is certain that we are often deceived. Many people they listen to all the nonsense that is told to them, and most people look for gold and money. There are those he expects gold from laboratory assistants, but laboratory assistants take gold from many. Such assistants in the laboratory, they are the enemies of nature. They continually torment it with their flaming fires, in all of them the hours of day and night, and, I truly believe, they would like to make nature itself a real hell. Ori sacra fames quid non mortalia cogis pectora. Many good chemists die of fatigue before they succeed. Alas, how many have wasted time, money and health working on philosopher's stone? There is such an abundance of stories on this subject that a fairly voluminous treatise could be written. Whoever wishes to do so can compare the Pyrosopica by D. Barchuzin, 45, in Lib de Alchemy, and you will find many similar stories there. That there has been prepared from gold, by the grace of God, a powerful, infallible and reliable medicine which is beneficial to the human constitution is beyond all doubt. What matters is how you do it. Can prepare without great expense, work and time, bringing the gold from its hard and compact condition to melt through a delicate solvent, without flames, so that it can spread its strength, stimulate vital spirits and promote a good constitution, which alone preserves health of man, radiating and causing the good effects and delicate ones disperse the bad ones without bother, that is, they keep us in good condition. There are many medicines made from gold that you can use. Read everything you want in the Schroeder Pharmacopoeia, in Barchuzin's Pyrosophica, in Werdig's Medi, Spirit and other texts, but what I am writing about concerns the true solidi ori of the dissolution of gold. Bring gold to a state of dissolution in its essence, and so do it become real drinking gold. I need not mention the proof of its power and effectiveness in the sustaining human life and health and in distancing diseases and how this occurs, because the authors who speak they write so abundantly about the oro potabilis. Now I will show you how I said about dissolving the gold in its essence, and I will mention its powers simply and in a few words. Aurum capacitet drinkable, secretissimiro habet remedium. He who possesses this magnificent medicine has a most precious remedy, but I will not speak of this medicine in the way that Fredericus Guldus spoke of it, after having spent 100 years of his life researching him. Concerning the dissolution of gold into drinkable gold, and many people have written to me about how this should be done, asking me to tell them exactly what is due discard and what should be kept. Now I aim to inform you about these processes. I do not find that any process can be carried out without the use of fire, without expense, without the outlay of a little money, without work and without the waste of a lot of time. Here is my method indeed, which I discovered by the grace of God. Gold, as I have already said, can be produced by me entirely without fire, in winter as in summer, anywhere, whether on land or sea, and without taking a step out of my room, but I'm not satisfied with having it completely dissolved until becomes visible in the form of a gray or rather blackish powder, from which a dye can be extracted. How much more gold is used, the more powerful and effective the tincture becomes. Very little expense is necessary for this work, except this which costs the gold itself, and beyond that only a few are needed cents, as I already said, because my solvent, Col, which completely dissolves gold, can stick anywhere, from one's own self. Any man can do it, whether rich or poor, of important or low rank, in fact, man or woman, by sea, on land, without money, with the difference that for one individual it takes longer than for another, and the gold found is brighter or more opaque. Yet it is certain that he will have it, and there is only a little work to do. Any child of 10 years or less can achieve it, infallibly, from start to finish, without danger and without any effort particular. It's not that you have to spend too much of your time, because the dissolution of gold can take place in a few hours, and it is a joy and a delight to see, as it was witnessed by many good friends who attended to my work. I don't make a big secret about it, but it doesn't matter. Can expect that to those who don't know me enough well. I show everything directly. When this wonderful force is present in the form of dust, the gold is completely dissolved and goes away, can extract dye. This gold must then be used in drops, every 2 or 3 days, or even less, and only requires be left to digest gently, which is not a major nuisance, and must be carefully observed that it is done as it should. I wrote to you about this so that you are better able to understand both the previous and subsequent observations by Puli. I am happy to have acquired such excellent medicine, through the blessing of God, which is so beneficial to the functions of human body. Deus vendit sua bona sui pro oration et labor, not pro pecunia. God sells his goods to his own for prayer and for labor, not for money. A lot of work has to be put in, and a lot has to be done attempts, before this can be perceived. However, since I promised to show you how to make a wonderful medicine with a couple of methods, from gold, without fire, expenses and work, now I will reveal the main secrets of the work. Before of all I can say that the following recipe was passed on to me from a very worthy gentleman who did me the honor of coming to visit me and attempted the trial with me, but since God me has revealed a shorter way, I prefer to stick to it, but I will give the description, as given by the aforementioned gentleman. Recipe: Reg Mars and Venus, 6 3 parts, melt over the fire, throw a part of fine gold on top, melt together until it shimmers over the whole mass. One thin film similar to a net. You have to be careful here, because it doesn't last long, so pour it out and let it cool, untie it again, then you make it glow completely with the fulminants you throw on it, i.e., nitro equals 1 pound, sulfur equals 8 ounces, well-stirred tartaric acid equals 6 ounces, and let the embers shine. Then you have to mix it again and leave it cook in water for an hour, until the mixture is dissolved. The solution must be filtered and precipitated with Spiro accepted. Vino alb, a sulfur will result as a precipitate yellow, which must often be sweetened until it emits very soft water. It must then dry completely this sulfur, taking care that no foreign substance or impurity comes into contact with it. When it's good dry, pour 6 parts of our Liquoris mercurialis simplex sine sulfuribus over it, and the solution must be left to cook day and night. This is followed by a process of distillation in a sand bath during which the sulfur separates very easily. It shows a number of colors in the retort and the collecting vessel, hovering high up like a rainbow. In this process a lot of sulfur will fall to the bottom. When the colors are gone, what remains must be poured over the rest and done cool, placed in the retort, leaving it hermetically closed to cook for 4 hours. Then it must be of new distillate and the matter separates, and we now call it mercurius duplicatus. Once again he has to suffer the distillation process, this time without residues. Put the residue into a mold, close the glass vessel completely, allowing it to boil slowly and gently in the glass, and when the resulting moisture sticks to the top of the container, dry it with a clean cloth and repeat this whenever moisture appears on the neck of the container, so that the liquor may be free of phlegm. It is then called tincture metallorum and must be used in illnesses, but discreetly and only. After the 3rd day, the liquor mercurialis is as follows: fac regul antimon, ex minera et mart cum nitre, param antimon un, 9, martamon, for purify the gold ruler often with nitre. During the fusion, until the regulus no longer shines, melt a pound of this ruler with half a pound of copper, purified again with nitre, until the nitre appear white in the melting process. The ruler will then become bluish and needs to be stirred. Add to 1 pound of it 3 pounds of mercurii sublimat sine arsenico. This must be distilled in a sand bath, and 2 liquor must collect in a container. Butyrum cum nova sublimat, part 6 cum part 3 sublimat, mix et distill liquorum versus separam capiti servi, butyrum totis cohoba donec totem in liquorum transirit, omnes mix liquors. Take the liquor again separately and serve with butter as often as the cohobo until the whole has passed into the liquids. Everyone mixed liquors, and distill similar totis, donec nulla fatos amplius reperianter, sic babes aqua mercurialum, so many times, until no more fates are found, so keep the mercurial water, suitable for the best work. Borellus says he dissolved the gold in the following way. He collected dew in a particular way and filtered it. Afterwards he left it to boil until the water had evaporated. After that he left her out in the air in the light of the stars, and from the crystals that were generated he produced a spirituous liquor with which he dissolved the gold, and thus made a preparation which serve as expensive medicine. He will not say anything about other authors, including Helmontius, Arnold of Villanova, Basil Valentine, Raymond Huey, etc., who through different methods attempted to dissolve gold to obtain a precious medicine. About an aurum potable, on which a good friend let me know something, I believe, and I have in fact ascertained, that it is an aurum putable rather than an aurum potable, gold to putrefy rather than to relieve thirst, since, quia de oro neminimu cadem in quantitate uel qualitate trans retortamire potus sed spiritus sacbari ascendit, and understand mortuo per additionum nitri et litbargari enigni, because there is no gold in quantity either quality can go across the twisted but the spirit of the sacbar ascends, and understand dead by the addition of soda and litbargari into the fire, ort iger fused et deigned in capella sua caminum ad paritatum metals tractato, totem ori antimonii ad mixti pondus accipes, sed si salum capella ingitiator aurum firm totem propter malignitatum antimonii. Ort iger fused and then treated in his chapel's furnace to the equality of the metals, you will receive all the gold of antimony by weight of the mixture, but if the safety of the chapel is injected almost all the gold because of the malignancy of antimony you will lose. The process is as follows. Recipe: raw antimony, raw tartar, sal niter, of each 1 pound, linden coal 2 ounces, everything must be pulverized. Place in a solid crucible to melt over the fire until it begins to glow, and little by little put the powders in the crucible with an iron spoon, allowing everything to boil slowly. When once everything is poured, it must be covered and you must go under it a violent fire, let it stay for a while and then take it off and let it cool. A residue will be found at the bottom. This ruler is then finely pulverized and melted into a small melting pot, so that impurities can come out and be purified. This done, take 4 ounces of the regulus antimoniae and melt it in a small crucible. Then throw in a duchy that will immediately melt, then pour it out, stir, and add 3 ounces of the best sugar of the first product. Place it in a fairly large retort in a sand bath and light under the fire, heat gradually. The spirits will pass into the container of collection, which must be large. The heat must be increased gradually. Keep the heat upstairs too, so that everything can be dragged, which will take place in about 19 or 20 hours. Then the caput mortuum is removed and gold is found by the process of removing the smoke. What is found in the collection container is stored with care, and now you are able to know whether this is or is not truly called by me aurum potable. As for my method for recovering the radical gold and obtain a glorious medicine well worthy of his name, I will now put this in writing for you, which will also be useful for explain my treatise, which I called the Centrum Naturae Concentratum, that is, the regenerated salt of nature, under the name of Ali Puli, an Asiatic Moor. I hope you do not suspect that I still observe silence on the matter of the menstruum is, you, who possess greater intuition of other scholars, you will easily discover from my previous writings, of which I have not the slightest doubt. I say this because I do not know each of you personally. I will not despise the honorable doctors and their medicines, nor the well-known pharmacists, as many who have such intelligence do poor who draw the little they know from their poverty of knowledge and a mediocre brain. They adorn themselves with other people's feathers, being accustomed to criticizing without a justification. God created each of us and all other things, and things he has endowed him with a certain strength for the benefit of man. One thing possesses more or less strength than another, but this does not it matters. In times gone by, God gave birth to righteous people who were called physicians and doctors. Even today there are those who investigate the power of natural things, who know how to separate what is vile and impure from what is good and how to apply yourself to the treatment of the disease at the right time. Yet what a petty matter it is that such lack of sense of responsibility occurs everywhere, so that pharmacists, barbers, shoe shiners and even old housewives practice their low art, and that, knowing nothing of the medical profession, they also receive patients to treat, without having the slightest knowledge of the medical art and of what to it belongs. Doctors are different. God has gifted one with they may have more knowledge than another, but they certainly do agree on the fundamental things relating to ours difficult and remarkable art, and they can in good conscience and vigilantly practice the art in all seriousness. Now finally coming to the real gold solution and my preparation, which deserves the name of super-medicine made from gold. This king of the mineral kingdom is given to man, who is the king of the animal kingdom, which I would recommend to take with wine, which is the king of the vegetable kingdom, like this that he be beneficial to man. This remedy is prepared by me in the following way. I collect my solvent aimed at such a noble medicine in certain periods, from the moon, in a clean furrow where the luna put it everywhere through the medium of particles of the air, and then I cause a motion with my solvent, which has as a result a very fine, soft and beautiful gold, or maybe, gold flakes. This process lasts a few hours until, even with a microscope, you can't see any more gold nor you can perceive any trace of it, but a dust remains gray or rather black-gray. At this point the treatment with the solvent and the radical substance is released of gold, which causes a kind of fermentation, as in sour bread dough. So, I allow the dust to moisten it slightly with the solvent and let it dry alone in a dry place. Then it will be ready and can be used very well in all diseases. If you wanted this medicine in a liquid state, so as to obtain a drinkable gold, so to speak, a little genuine spiritum vini rectificatissimum must be poured onto the black or black-gray powder and distilled in the retort. Whether in powder or liquid form, from this gold a remarkable medicine is obtained. My pills and powders are prepared from this medicine. The tincture, however, I confine entirely to the treatment of morbid conditions and administer it in drops, 30 at a time, give in wine. If the patient cannot drink wine, then I administer the remedy in some other liquor. Its effect is not as fast, but equally effective. I use it some good, powerful and warming Rhine wine or French wine or good country wine. This will be followed by a mild sweat, which must be dried with gentle heat. NB feet should be kept warm, preferably with hot stones or with hot meat, and, as a rule, when the patient begins to sweat, good health begins to return. Good Capella silver can be melted just as well promptly from my solvent, thus producing a silver drinkable, argentum drinkable, a medicine that can help in cases of tuberculosis, inclinations or headaches of any kind genre, and, praise the Lord, I have at times, during my trips, brought relief to patients in that condition, which they felt bad. Coming to the strength of this golden medicine, it has great strength in medicinal use, can be used as medicine, tasteless, odorless and therefore not unpleasant, and does what other remedies often do not. It's a key to the secrets of nature, and with it you can understand a lot, even more than I would like to write. It vivifies the patient, who is entirely exhausted, in all diseases and not infrequently when there is little hope of healing. If it can be administered in time, it expels all the poison, and I myself have experienced this when I have been poisoned by a glass of beer, and yet, by the grace of God, I was brought to a happy recovery. In other cures, eliminate headaches, heart problems, all body pain, morbid conditions, impurities of the blood, mangy afflictions of all kinds, flatulence and dropsy, delete them occlusions, drives away gout, and also eliminates other diseases of the limbs. This medicine strengthens the vital energies of body, radiates bodily vigor, stimulates the so-called spark of life which, according to the science taught in schools, promotes good constitution and physical health, assists in promoting good health and great improvement of it. No matter how serious it is, how big it is the affliction, this medicine will expel the disease, with the help of the Lord, purifying the blood, improving it, disinfecting it and making it more fluid, so, when spirits can work through such medicine, then, by the grace of God, good health will follow and the human body will become agile and vigorous. In fact, it eliminates every weakness, except when it is the divine hand that afflicts, such as duration of the life given by the Lord that cannot be shown either known and beyond which no one can go. The drug is made to protect the body from disease, sick and unhappy man, to give him the strength to stay healthy and eliminate infirmities, with the help of the Lord. By this medicine man is not only strengthened but, if it has been well prepared and has been used often during on days of good health, his body will become magnetic. No matter where he happens to be on earth, he attracts from the air with the breath the best and purest elements. His constitution will be kept strong in his declining years, and youth thus transplanted without harm can be prolonged into old age with serenity and reverence. Rest assured that this can happen without hassle and inconvenience and without loss of time. The expense is a trifle, except that of gold, but the unique solvent you can have for nothing, at any time and place, and there can be obtained without trouble. A light brilliant, it can light many other lights, without losing any of its luster or flame at all. Care must be taken that this luminous body does not go extinct too much or too little fuel. Wisdom and health are nobler than honor and wealth. Now, to finish, let me say again that our true gold solution can be made without fire, without no special work or large period of time, without expense, on land and at sea, in the mountains and in the plains, winter or summer, in large or small quantities, and with half a ducato or a whole one can be made a trial and a beginning, or with some flakes of solid gold, as much as there is in a ducat, or with the quantity that is in the aurum foliatum finum, which is obtained when gold, by means of my absolute radical solvent, he was dissolved and freed. Through the excellent medicinal powder, again based on weight, you can ensure, with a ducat, 10 or 12 doses, in the form of either powder or of liquid. In general it does not need to be repeated often. A dose of this medicine, before the disease goes away. This, in a nutshell, is what I have to announce to you about the true dissolution of gold and the true gold potable, aurum potable, without anything extraneous, except the absolute solvent, which costs absolutely nothing, which can be made by the atmosphere and the light itself, so that you can have better intelligence than the treaty known to the world below. The name of Ali Puli is thus published. This implies aurum Capacidet potable, secretici mum habet remedium gold. He who possesses potable, secretive mother has remedy. And anyone who knows how to make verum solutionum ori, the true gold solution, without fire, he did good, with divine help, for man's health. Now we will move on to the treatise, mentioned, which I have entitled Centrum Naturae Concentratum, that is, nature's regenerated salt, commonly and in fact called the philosopher's stone, under the appellation of Ali Puli, a so-called Asian Moor. The concentrated center of nature. Or nature's regenerated salt. Commonly called the philosopher's stone. I don't believe that anything exists in the whole world on which so much has been written by so many authors, nor any other thing that has made so much noise in the world, or whatever not much work has been done, nor much research by people whether of high or low rank, as for this so-called stone of the wise. Many have lost their earthly possessions, their own reason and also honor, and from being rich they have become poor. Among the many thousands who sought it, very few they have reached their goal. This is because they tried to become masters of art in the hope of enriching themselves, rather than for the love of truth. The thirst for gold and greed for money is the root of all evils, and consequently the fruits of such labor produce only annoyances of all kinds and even evil. You, renowned alchemists, I judge that you are merely useless craftsmen. It would be better if you learned how way you can better make yourself useful. Then you would make use of it much better than your mind, and you would turn your work to some purpose. You should give up such a painful job and stick to your particular profession. Take care of your wife and children and provide for your family as best you can. You are not called to be the high priests of nature, and you are not gifted for this work. Therefore, work hard to ensure your daily bread and clothing and be content with this. You know that well you didn't bring anything when you came into the world, and that you won't take anything with you when you leave. Nudes you came into the world, and you will come out of it naked. Your reward awaits you. What would a master say to his servant who together with others had stolen fruit from the garden and had helped his companions to collect it and store it in a shed, thereby neglecting the daily task of looking after the sheep? His master would not give him a solemn beating as a reward for work done like this unfaithfully? You lords, princes, little nobles, preachers, lawyers, doctors, artisans, workers, artists, citizens, peasants, listen to me. You are no better than this servant in let your business, profession or vocation fail while you go in search of a task that is far beyond your understanding. How can you serve God your master and work in peace with your neighbor if you forget your duty, struggling with alchemy? Think that this negligence will be forgiven, and that your Lord and Master will say, "My lands and my subjects can now pay great rents and taxes. Although it is true that much land remains uncultivated, I will turn a blind eye if only the money comes pouring into our treasury coffers for the maintenance of the government." Let us learn the art of making gold, then, and everything will be done for free. Courtesy and justice will march in the head, and all will be reformed. The minister of the church, he will preach his sermon and celebrate the divine service without no emolument whatsoever. He will be making gold. The lawyer, he will no longer incite people to fight. He will give his best assistance free of charge. The doctor will be on duty for nothing. The artist, the craftsman, the citizen, the farmer will go around doing nothing. They, having found the honey, they won't work anymore, or care of their earthly affairs. They will serve God in comfort and in well-being. That's what they believe. You know very well that all the concerns of life are instituted by God. The princely ruler should assist and defend his subjects. If he is actually a Christian, careful to do the will of the King of him in heavens, his subjects will follow in his footsteps in fear of Lord and in all humility and love. Then justice will be done, and people will be blessed in the cities and in the fields, and beyond he will be in danger in coming and going. The Lord will defeat those who rise up against the people. Springs and streams will abound in the land. The sky will send down the dew of him, and the mountains will give minerals in abundance. There will not be need to seek the gold-bearing stone of the wise, nor you will have to bear the weight of such tedious work and costly. The students will gladly provide food and clothing for their students' teachers. Lawyers and doctors will be well paid. The artisans, citizens and farmers will not go around doing nothing, but instead will do their duty towards God. Because with laziness both the city and the countryside they would have a bad time. God said, "On earth you will give life to your children, and all your life you will eat hard bread work and by the sweat of your brow, until you reach the end brought back to the earth." Paul served God zealously, preaching the gospel to all men and lived by the work of his hands. Idleness is their source of all evil. Interfering in other people's activities is a sin. Once in possession of the philosopher's stone, you would become too fat and full and sumptuous, then you would neglect God, and the result would be that you would no longer esteem Him the cornerstone of your salvation. It's better for you to stay on land and live your life honestly, be afraid of God and His commandments, whether you are poor or rich. To the humble everything comes happily. May your business be your anxious care and give her your best attention. Consider the example of the many thousands who have busied themselves with what they had no aptitude for, and by meddling in speculative matters have ruined themselves. Men engaged in earning a living have enough to worry about doing their duty towards God, their neighbor and themselves, and there is no time left for laziness or for struggling with alchemy. A man who performs these three services with all the strength of his heart, of his soul and his mind, he will have no opportunity to fight against the flesh, the devil and earthly desires. Attempt this in a spirit of devotion and in the strength of God, with all your heart. Everything you want another does to you, do it to him. Love those who hate you, bless those who curse you. Do good to those who seek your ruin. Hate your flesh and everything what satisfies her. Quiet the disordered impulses of your mind, withdraw your mind from the turbulence around you and seek inner stillness. Then you will taste the sweetness and delicate murmur of your soul that brings you one inexpressible joy, which will prevent you from returning to the painful fire. The sweet, protective divine light will keep you away from pride, while humility and contentment will calm the furious thirst for wealth. You will become different men, and by crying you will repent before God who has been there for a long time. It went into self-indulgence and mania for money. Every day you can contemplate the marvelous creation of God and say, "Lord, I rejoice in the work of your hands." You will observe in yourselves the omnipotence and the wisdom of God, and you will be able to understand the inscrutable works of God in nature. From then on you will no longer need it to covet the philosopher's stone from the masters of natural sciences. Please note carefully what I now submit for your consideration. Which of the two do you consider the most inscrutable and wonderful, that is, which without any addition can be made from a base metal, lead, tin, copper, silver, quicksilver and better yet, gold, or that from the base metal is made, grass, plants, fruit, vegetables, milk, blood, meat, bones, fat, skin, hair, salt, oil, acid, sugar, saliva, water, dung, urine, sand, stones in the kidneys, sand in the bladder and many more other fluids and juices, and finally that from the semen of men and of animals, which has its origins in grass or vegetables, generates a new human being or a new animal. The second case is certainly much more exceptional, seeing that the transmutation of base metals into noble metals derives from a single natural element or substance, which is metallina, metallic. Wheat, or grass only, when eaten, yes, they transform into various things, through the salt of nature. Here we have the great secret hidden in nature. Those who they understand it, they can see without hindrance into the central operation of nature, and, by the grace of God, they can be served by it. The growth of men and animals and the improvements promoted by the consumption of bread and grass green is so usual and known to all country people, that it is done little attention to this change. It's something unusual that yes search, even though it may be of minor importance. My worthy friends, if you could only sense the spirit that is active in the process that sustains all animal life, you could accomplish so much through this spirit introduced as a conduit for changing metals by artificial means. Many scholars who investigate active processes in nature have attempted to do so, but had unfavorable results. So, my friends, try to understand what is wrong further than your nose, before investigating substances strange, deeply embedded in the bowels of the earth. Try to understand this, please. Be content with knowing God and man, and that the practice, with contentment, of true, divine and genuine love is enough for you. Thus you will be able to collect treasures in heaven, which neither rust nor moths can spoil, nor thieves can steal. Put an end to your toilsome work in alchemy and your quest for philosopher's stone. Your fatigue grows daily and your hope diminishes. It's hard to find one that succeed among the thousands who seek, whose work, time and substances are gone, yet you hope to be this one lucky and blessed among many. Surely your optimism is not compatible with reason. Even those people who are very capable and very skilled have missed their aim and are very far from the target, despite all their dexterity. Rather dedicate the time for your salvation. Who knows if today he can't, it may be that you are deprived of your soul. You could do a good account of you before God? Your soul has kept your house well and tidy? Has she not at times incurred the flaming perdition which is her destiny, because of the acute and disordered tremors of the soul? Thus, a fire is caused without light rays in the soul. She is filled with fear, trembling and contracting, with cold and darkness. The salt of your soul is stripped of its potency and remains corrosive and bitter. It was spat out of the soul. Beloved Christians, you are not exempt from the advent of death, no, not even for just an hour. Work, therefore, for discover your true self and look for what yours looks like: soul, now hard as iron, cold and dirty as lead, pungent, bitter and burning as copper, unstable as quicksilver, and try to improve it, through the Spirit of God, which at all times hovers around the years, but, just as the spirit of the ether hovers around the choir astral and is readily absorbed through your will and desire, with a still, low whisper. There is more contained here than those who are gifted only with erudition can suppose. So be ready. Good man, this spirit, once he enters you, he will produce a heat and fill you with a divine thrill, comforting you, so to speak, and bringing you a delicate, sweet tincture of love and wisdom, which in the perfection of him is better than gold, since no corrosive or contaminant agent can attack or alter it. If my friendly complaint should unexpectedly remain sterile, then let me show you how they can suffer your honor, your reputation and yours health. Why spend so much money on such a vague undertaking? Isn't this the work of completely foolish people? Do you want to become a great man in politics and strong in the wisdom of this world? You know very well that a ducato in pocket is better than 1,000 in illusory hope. You know well enough that anyone who is laboriously engaged in the folly of making gold and does not find gold, becomes the laughing stock of all his friends and the target of other people's jokes. His aspirations are distorted into mockery. Such a person is considered a fool. He is useless, say it, for having been led by the nose by writers and promoters of secret trials. In addition to time, they waste their money in gold panning, how and why they don't know. So, if you don't want to make mistakes, stay on the path straight. Only those who are called by a vision clear through the Spirit of God, in true humility, which they have itself a stimulus through their reverence of nature and in their eagerness to communicate that reverence to their own next, who are full of love, sincere and tender, inclined to self-denial, having faith in God, little knowledge and few passions, such I will not dissuade from continued effort, nor will I hinder them, but in a brotherly way I will advise them to continue, and I myself will shine a light along their path dark, through this treatise of mine. If they are elected for this work, they must determine themselves, although without improper pride. Are they in conflict with their evil desires? They seek God above all else and love their own next as if I were. Do they readily help those in need? A glass of water and a penny given in pure charity to one's own kind, even though we ourselves lack ample means, in the sight of God they are worth as much as 100 florins given by a rich. Do they lead such a life? Then they can continue in their attempt to acquire complete knowledge of nature and be certain of possession of the desired object derated. It is useless to get up early in the morning and stay up late at night and eat your bread in pain. God determines his destiny while we sleep. Our purpose is to seek the kingdom of God and his justice, and the rest will come to us. I will not talk here about the need for secrecy and the good use to be made of the famous secret of nature, because all reasonable people know well that the task is that they intend to carry out is such that it remains completely incomprehensible to presumptuous fools. Make a debut with God through prayer, like I did. Of you, O Lord and Almighty God, Master of all good and Master of all, who with your word created man and with your wisdom you prepared him to reign over all creatures made by you for this purpose, I pray to you from the bottom of my heart to grant me the wisdom that comes from your throne. O Lord, do not push me away from your presence. I am one of your servants and the son of your servant. I am only a weak man, whose days are few and full of uncertainty. I'm too insignificant to be capable to exercise and increase the talent you have entrusted to me. If any son of men became perfect, too he would be worth very little without possessing that wisdom which it comes only from you. Send me that wisdom from your celestial kingdom and throne of glory. Send her to me, Lord, that he may live in me and work with me and that I may know what pleases you. Allow me to be conscious in all my labors. Allow me to be guided by her in all her splendor. Then all my labors will be pleasing to you and I will discover the truth of your amazing creation. O Lord, all my thoughts are weak and my judgments are dark and full of doubt. Please send the Holy Spirit from above to illuminate my life like this that he can follow it with confidence and always do what he will do please you. This, O Lord, I ask for the honor of yours holy name, the salvation of my soul and to serve my own similar. Grant it to me, I pray, for the love of your beloved Son, the Savior of the world. Amen, Amen. The elementary substance, before the fall of Lucifer, it was the center of the surrounding void. It exploded into flames through a strong quivering motion, with which Lucifer had intended to exalt the light and splendor of himself and make it a kingdom similar to that of God himself, so that it was sharpened his strength and that of his angels. The elementary substance was thereby changed from the shining light of nature to darkness dense and then became ether. From the ether came the fog and from the fog and muddy water was produced. Through this contraction, the void became dense and more consistent and yes it would have coagulated completely if God had not done so that a ray of his divine light penetrated to the nucleus of that element and permeated it thus making it awaken just as one recovers a person on the verge of death. Through this fertile splendor the matter reawakened, as if recovering from the point of death. The violent quivering motion gradually diminished and remained just a disturbing shudder as in muddy water with a reflective surface. This was as God wanted it. The celestial sphere, the abode, the elemental matter and the kingdom in which Lucifer had reigned they were not to disappear entirely, the core of the dark world received the light, the word and the quivering motion. Lucifer did not fall with intent, but by inclination, by his ignited imagination it was driven to attempt to rise by force, and so it came to pass his light was altered into an acrid and corrosive darkness. The delicate quivering heat became a frightening contraction cold, the sky became a water like mud, and the water a watery earth, but God desired to build the world from an idea, conceived by him from all eternity and, through a new presence, would reveal itself in great joy. Thus he began the new creation, speaking the word, through the Spirit, into matter and disseminating it in three aspects, thereby forming a trinity, active in unison through a single outpouring, to be the beginning of every what. None of these three could act without the other two, just as in the Godhead, nor could they have existences separate. Thus, from chaos came a slime similar to water, fixed, fluid or volatile, life, spirit, soul, earth, water and aria. The fixed life is too crude to hold the light, the force of motion is too tremulous, the fluid spirit is too much inconsistent and the volatile is too penetrating, but with theirs union generate a fourth, a most noble seed and principal powerhouse, in reality neither water nor air, yet from the three water, earth and air are born. In the same way they originated, through the warmth of this tremulous condition, various creatures, animals, plants and minerals, all of which eventually pass by bodily existence as Trinity and become light again, water and earth. This is the infinite process in nature, no animal, vegetable or mineral, it can transmute or alter, because his seed is not and cannot be a viscous water, all the animals grow through silt, the white part of every vegetable seeds, before anything grows from them, become a viscous silt, metals and minerals also grow from a silt, and again they become slime. without any special process before they can acquire a high form for medium of the artist's art. All animals, plants and minerals die, perish and are dissolved again in that which gave them origin and become again a muddy earth or muddy water, thus the end becomes the same as the beginning. Hidden within this simple muddy water is a concentrated focal point, which is called salt of nature. This is the world of the luminous body. Wherever it expands, it forms centers, through a surrounding pulsation, to which this salt adheres closely together with the divine spirit of nature and the invisible breath of the divine injunction. This is imbued with luminous light, from which it draws its impulse and immediate force. This salt is what, alone of all created things, Christ called good. It is the spirit that ascends to the heavens and again descends, which holds and grasps the wind, which collects the waters in his cloak. This salt is the most central point, to which both the superior and the inferior adhere. He is fed in superabundance by both and gives to all things a large compensation. Through him, by the will of God, all men are conceived and born. Through his strength all plants and all minerals grow. Through him God's plan is fulfilled, just as he wants it, in firmament, in the ether, in the earth, in the sea and in the abyss. Through this same salt, God causes the clouds to rise from all corners of the earth. It produces the lightning, the rain and the winds from all the cardinal points. It is the instrument of God's terrible call from the clouds. It is the copious source of the unctuous element and surprising blessings. Without it nothing dwells anywhere, below, between or above. It supports both the king and the beggar. O Lord, how beautiful are your works, so great, so numerous and each with its own ordered purpose. The earth it is filled with your divine presence. Praise be to the Lord. From this salt, regenerated by the great artist, one is born glorious and splendid thing. Through him the acute pain is appeased, weakness goes away, health and wealth are his gifts. Among things storms is the most precious treasure that God, in this life, will give to the faithful of him. It is the image of resurrection and immortality. In its quality and action it clearly reveals and distinctly the Heavenly Father who alone gives us knowledge of this great and profound secret. I saw it, as in one mirror, the image of creation, the destruction of chaos, the priceless salt, the outpouring of the three principles and the separation of this salt into different forms. Consider, the eternal Word became flesh and the inner splendor of his glorious light was covered by the cloak of flesh of man. He wandered among the scribes and Pharisees and worked many miracles. Then he was despised and rejected, because of his severe opinions of him and spat on him. He suffered and died and he rose again in a luminous body and ascended to heaven. Then he brought relief to his brothers and friends in their sorrows and in their afflictions. He permeated our eager souls with the tincture of his bliss which he fully sanctified and rendered excellent. Finally, he sits in a last judgment for the regeneration of the world. He who has this has greatness joy of the heart. Large are the works of the Lord. He made that miracles of him were a memorial of himself same. Praise be to the Lord. This salt, as has already been said, is the measure, quantity and weight of each element. It is not easily obtained and it is not identical in every source of its origin. The learned say that when gold must be made, it must be done with the gold itself or with an element having the form of the elevation of a substance to a superior element can only occur from a similar substance. It is argued that animal, vegetable and ether powers are unsuitable and useless for the improvement of metals, because thinks that each of the three kingdoms, as they are generally called, are actually different from each other in origin. Yet anyone who thinks this is just a blind man leading the blind. Everything grows and draws sustenance from a single root. There the cause of the many differences lies in the womb of things and in tremulous motion. There is a force that nourishes the whole world, which forms the dense, tenuous, sweet, acidic, hard, soft elements, animals, plants and minerals. I must, however, solemnly say this: the general salt of nature adheres to the breath of the divine word, yet he cannot achieve anything new, but is driven by the word of God which sustains him and makes him serve, support and vitalize the existing works of God, through a particular articulation of the divine word. Doctors and other gentlemen who establish a difference in origin between the animal, vegetable and mineral elements contradict themselves every day with the evidence of their practice. They administer to sick humans and animals countless metallic and mineral medicines, which being prepared without fire or corrosive, they improve health sooner than other remedies. This is because recovery of health is nothing other than an elevation of acrid acidity or degenerate spirit. No deadly substance is made of new beneficial unless the healing element can be drawn entirely from its very essence. What it is for healing must unite, inseparably, in its own essence, with the sick element. From this it incontrovertibly follows that mineral and metallic substances can unite with those animals. Consequently, they are different from each other on the other only by chance, but not in their origin in nature. The so-called shrimp eyes change the spiritus et sal vomitivum more easily and much more sweetly soon of calx viva or mineral substances. None aqua forte can break down gold, not even through action of sal urine or sal ammoniac. Earwax makes light ducatis heavier. Some use fresh horse dung, which they put in their shoes or under the soles of their feet, when they are subject to perspiration. The people of the East Indies make gold smooth and improve its color with cow dung. They bring copper to the intense and permanent color of gold by using an animal fat. Using child or adult excrement, shaken in a silver container, we obtain some grains of gold, detached from the silver. When wheat is stirred, mixed with flaked silver shavings, inside a tightly closed concrete ball, heated to red and burned, gold is produced from silver in water fort. Fresh, unsalted butter can disperse the dye coral red. With a simple touch of the expert hand of an artist, the recalcitrant tallow can be dissolved with a vegetable or animal means, and by no other means for as far as I know, and reduced to oil. This is noteworthy. The oily and volatile salts of vegetables extract the dye from sulfur. Consider how active the spirit is up of salt and oil of tartaric acid in mineral substances and metals, and how they basically dissolve them. Meaning what's sufficiently well known. Without wine, and the work of man, it is impossible to do a gold tincture that gives confidence. That the authors that they write so vaingloriously about their gold tincture, let them continue to write as much as they like. Consider it like grass, vegetables and bread nourish animals, sustain them and exist benefits them and produces changes in their bodies in 100 ways. I have said this repeatedly. All farmers know that by digesting vegetable matter animals become fatter and stronger, and that their excrement and their urine helps the growth of plants. Man has within himself vegetable and mineral forces, and this clearly, because he often becomes aware of it, to his great pain. I'm not from mineral nature stones and sand in the kidneys? From what do they originate, if not from animal and vegetable juices that are consumed by man as food? Didn't gold come out through a dead man's teeth? Not yes saw a gold tooth in the mouth of a living young man? The same I know, by the grace of God, how to get an element from one animal substance, which through a particular preparation it remains animal, yet through another it becomes vegetal, and in yet another way I obtain a mineral, or metal, such as quicksilver, copper, vitriol, crystal, glass, lead and a mineral residue, and all these without the slightest mixture additional and only from themselves. I will go further and say, he who wished to know more he should search in nature itself, like I did. My aim, in a nutshell, is to demonstrate that animal, vegetable and mineral are unique and similar in nature, origin and absence. Only by chance are they closer or closer far from perfection. This is how nature's salt is found everywhere and in everything. Each substance has its due size, quantity and weight. However, it is not easily obtained from all substances, nor is it potent enough for all purposes, mainly for so often mentioned masterpiece of the philosophers, and yet it is as good in all things as it is in all things. So it is necessary to choose the best among everything you have found in nature. No one wishes to work in vain, and it is very pleasant to achieve the desired goal. Here's enough work for you to try your hand at. It seems difficult to find the universal nucleus of all created things, sought by many, found only by a few. Yet you will find it easily if only you will read the Holy Scriptures with attention and reverence in the original Greek. Man is the universal focal point, to speak clearly and without the usual embellishments, of the earth, of the water and of the air, which God created for his own purpose, the sixth day, from love made flesh, the beloved of all nature. The sixth day, all the dispositions of his being were overshadowed through the mobility of the divine spirit, in shape and form into a single central light that would govern through the brain as sovereign. This headquarters spiritual God created in man in addition to the normal course of nature, as a new creation, in the likeness of himself, but smaller, for the honor of God. That was it man, for whose sake everything was created in the first 5 days, whereby he was to be as a God, a Lord and Master over all the earth, as God is the Master over of him. He placed man at the central point between the superior and the lower. He gave him earth and water under his feet, and he breathed into his 2 nostrils 2 lives. In Hebrew this secret is indicated with the dual Ruach Elohim, that is, the breath of the eternal Word in eternal life, or Word of God, and its spirit of temporal life, or Word in time. These 2 life forces that were sucked in, gave man his own strength. They are the focal force that is based in he. The will is like a father, in life at the core. The inclination or desire is like a son. From these 2, will and desire, there came forth a spirit by inspiration from God and the ether. Life was breathed into them by God and from the ether. But the body also gave life and by itself created a focal point of will, desire and strength, to eat and to drink, from the mother, earth and water, and to live in her womb. Thus a triple presence lives in man as he is made the image of God and to be just as he, God, is. The force that resides in the headquarters, in the body, spirit and soul, was not forced by God to sow its seed in the ether and in the earth. The will was free, and the image of the divine will could have attracted the desire and remain good, bright and sweet, from which it is born the spirit of adorable sweetness. But the surrounding nature, because of its peculiar condition and through its strength of penetration, and the incessant mobility of his seed, or due to her peculiar condition, it generates another desire within herself, penetrating in evil. This tends to unworthy nourishment, and sealing the mouth ceases to attract spiritual food to itself. To repeat the story at greater length, is that Eve, with Adam, driven by an evil force and desire, having divided themselves a raw food, with gladness for their souls, disappeared from heaven and lost the inhalation of strength and desire benefits, which was pleasing to God, and of their own will they sealed the mouth of their soul and suffocated it, as it is well known. In Adam and Eve it was not only the soul that perished, but the whole concatenation. The soul lit up, the soul, the spirit and the body were kindled by ether, water and earth. In their fall and with their consent the spirit and the body they became the universal headquarters, or heart, which possesses the power of imagination in the womb, ether, water and earth. Just like at present when the heart is sick, the whole body feels sick, so when the heart is in sin, everything else must be similarly in sin, as Christ says, and becomes corrupt. If the heart suffers, all the organs and limbs of man also suffer, being forced by circumstances. Thus the earth is cursed because of Adam. But I must not intrude further in theology. I have to move on to the issue nature. Man, I said, is the central seat of all created things. Through the power of his imagination, this being the focal point of everything, everything in the world must obey him, as before the fall. As Lucifer through the power of imagination lost the power of righteousness and the beneficent power of imagination in ruling over his lost kingdom, the world as it now is, so Adam, who had been installed in the seat of the fallen angel, this was a crude substance, because the fall of Lucifer had brought that kingdom to a crude condition, through such evil imagination lost his former power for the good in his own nature. There his imagination is hated by nature now, and vomited out. Man receives nothing from nature except that her spirit and his body are supported by her, and yet he has the ability through his intelligence and his work to accomplish certain things and perhaps to make what he finds worse. Man in his natural state lives on ether, water and earth in a twofold way, that is, from above and from below. From above, with the inhalation of the air, he enjoys a food that is the spirit or breath of the word on earth, that is, of the ether. From below, he eats the flesh of animals together with mineral and vegetable substances and consumes the blood, water, which it is the spirit and breath of this world. So is this world, it vivifies and nourishes with its salt not only the spirit of man itself, but from its emanation, fermentation and strength of dissolution in the stomach and other parts of the body, the flesh and blood of the large or gently dissolved world, from which process a salt is derived for the preservation of flesh and blood in the little world. This salt is sucked up by the hungry parts, but the filth, water and excrement come out through the genitals, also as drops of sweat from the head and through other channels. When the artist knows how to extract from the lower world the central internal force or salt of nature, and also knows where find a large quantity of nature's salt combined with astral focal seat in anything, with man as a model, then the truth of nature resides in him, and with this enlightenment he can understand nature entirely. If someone came to know the small world well, then nothing about the big world would remain unknown to him. Remember how the ancient Egyptians proclaimed, "Know thyself," and the learned among the ancient Greeks, believing that this had only a moral meaning, is lacking for them understanding they had the words imprinted on the entrance of their temple. I tell you, my disciples, in the study of nature, if you don't find the thing you're looking for in yourself, much the less you will find it outside of you. Understand the glorious strength that resides within yourself. Why bother asking to another? In man, who took his name from God, there they are more glorious things than can be found elsewhere throughout the world. If anyone would like to become a master, he will not find better material for his undertaking nowhere else but in itself. Here and now I will tread in the footsteps of the Egyptians, and from a heart thoughtful, driven by my experience, I will cry out to my beloved fellow men, O man, know thyself. It is found in you the treasure of all treasures. In the air enjoy the breath of firmament, which imbued that stupendous influence stellar coming from the light of the upper water and exhaled it in the middle air, whence it became dense through the process of motion. Through the air all men enjoy of the breath of the earth and the water, united in it, and, without knowing it, from these forces they give birth to something that, give men of experience and intelligence, is called the great miracle of the world. It is actually a burning water, a liquid fire, more powerful than all fire, air, earth, or waterfall. In its raw state it dissolves and absorbs solid gold. It reduces it into a blackish or blackish-gray fatty earth and into a salty, slimy, dense water, without fire or acid and without any violent reaction, which cannot be made by nothing else in the world. Nothing is excluded from it, and although it is the most expensive thing in the world, a king he cannot possess more than a beggar. The wise men of antiquity looked for it and found it. This is what Hermes reveals to you in his 28 books, and the tablet of emerald, handed down by the scholars of antiquity. I saw it, those books, in an uncorrupted edition. Seek this, friends mine, in every way and in everything, although it may not be you know the occult source of origin, and even if you manage to find it, you still would have no idea what the appearance of the things that are seen within it. Here I will be completely explicit. It is a spiritual water, a true spirit, the same spirit as life that Adam and Eve brought with them from paradise for their relief and support, and which they passed down to their children and descendants. Certainly I can be justified in disclosing it, O magnificent, enlightening, sweet water, O water, despised, dark, bitter, which strengthens us until the day of our death. This is the cornerstone, verily, which is repelled by the reckless ignorance of the builders, the great philosophers, the authentic alchemists and the rulers of Israel, even today. O children of men, open your eyes. Love God with all your heart. Love your fellow men. Be humble and benevolent, and then you will certainly be welcome at gentlemen. He will turn the darkness of yours into a shining light mind. Friends, I have shown you the road, and now I will add with greater sufficiency. The world that contains the highest and most immediate element of the sages for the realization of the masterpiece is man's same. The quarry is the 10th gate. Raw ore is the best and also the worst. The most precious is very cloudy water. These are similar to earth and water, and yet neither one nor the other is of any use on its own. From these two emerges a son, or a seed, and from the three bodies are formed the spirit and the soul in man, who is born for his good and out of necessity for him, his name is Tessa. If the artist succeeded to find that, by the grace of God, he could then separate the pure from the impure. He could make, without fire and without any foreign matter, an odorless and colorless virgin earth. He could separate and obtain from it, the central sal, the vitriolum microcosmi, the Venus of the wise, the astral sal, the Mercurium microcosmi and the Lunam philosophicum. Once purified, he could produce a better son of his parents. Then he would be able to understand why quicksilver is represented in such a surprising way, that is, Mercury symbol, below, with the sign of copper and above with the sign of silver. The astral or superior salt is very volatile, sweet and shining like silver. This is nothing other than the spirit silver and sale mercurial of the sages. The central salt is a vitriol of remarkable and inexpressible force. By coagulating quicksilver, it can change it into fine silver. But Venus lies covered by Saturn, which metal it may be thrown away from her and then her beauty will be seen. Everyone metals are born from these two types of salt. This happens in microcosm as in the macrocosm. Here you have the mine, in corporeal form, and without any addition you can make gold and silver from quicksilver, copper, lead, etc. I have seen medicines produced to heal animals and vegetables sickly and decaying metals. There are many hundreds of books published on this subject, but very little is said of nature's regenerated salt, through which the metals baser can be transmuted into gold and silver. I will not question whether any philosopher of ancient times or modern people have followed this path or worked as I made it. They write about this or that element and I stay satisfied and I do not try to involve any author or how prove nor to contradict it. As a practitioner of the art I need testimony from living or dead to prove that they have granted the truth of nature to the world, albeit in a somewhat circumspect manner. If they had been in possession of any other item, how pleased I would have been. Then I would come to believe that the benevolence of God had revealed to me, through my prayer and industry, through my investigation into nature and my careful research among the pages of the Holy Scriptures, a new miracle and until then unknown. Nature's salt, from my element, regenerated by the artist accomplishes just as much as anything made by the labors of ancient, to produce a miraculous result. So any pious Christian, I leave out the bad ones, with their acids and their flaming fire, called to be a high priest of nature, who will want to examine himself in the light of my writings and avoid all heavy expenses and hard work, he will find the 10th gate. The elements of nature will help him with nature's own process, without him having to lift a finger, to enable him to come into possession of this miraculous land. That he is careful to observe the work of nature which requires only little effort, is very easy and free of charge. But I will not go to the trouble of writing for any person who wishes to go to the beyond that, which proceeds with his work to reach the miraculous masterpiece and obtain possession of the truth mercury of the philosophers, trying to achieve which many err in thinking that the mercury of the philosophers is actually the regenerated salt of nature or lapis philosophorum, which is false, since this text is addressed only to those who seek wisdom and are not used to make money. First come to wisdom for the sake of your soul and everything and you will proceed well. Having found wisdom, your hopes will not be in vain. Everything becomes advantageous and profitable. Untold wealth comes to you. But first find the natural headquarters in man, then your legitimate labors will bring you the success you desire. Take this benevolently loyal admonition and advice to heart, and in the meantime, although you expect and hope for guidance when read other authors, notice how obscurely they utter their opinions before the light of day, and although they coincide with mine, not one of them has placed his faith in his neighbor as I do here. No one has brought the human element so clearly to the light. Their writings are similar to the Bible. Anyone who can do this, with intelligence acute enough, it will find a different meaning in my book genre and will notice that in many places the meaning, although not completely, is somewhat obscure. However, anyone who wants to write something clearer, please do so. We will wait and see and gratefully accept the freedom given to us to acquire greater wisdom through nature. If the learned professors and naturalists and the expert chemists they wanted to ridicule me and condemn my life opinion because I have called man the world in the 10th gate, my tessa or my element, sal naturi in the masterly feat, improperly called philosopher's stone, the regenerated salt of nature, I will ignore them and will not do their case. I have received this truth from God. I communicate it and do not worry about the curse of the philosophers. The I didn't learn from their books. I recommend providence of God my writing, which is clear and distinct as the light of day. He gives the wise their wisdom, he reveals what it is deeply hidden. He knows what lies in the darkness, the light is certainly with him. I thank him and praise God, my Father, for granting me wisdom and strength and for having revealed to me what I asked for in prayer. Oh, Lord, shed your light on your other children and open to them eyes, so that they can see and sing your praise. The threefold, in one, the thrice many, God revealed, Father, Son and Holy Spirit, from whom alone they emanate light, truth and wisdom, praise, honor and glory be to you all eternity. Remember me, O my God, and help your servant, for the love of Jesus Christ. Amen. My benevolent, amiable and worthy friends and members of the Research Academy of Natural Sciences, etc., etc., this is an exact copy of Ali Puli's writings. As I originally did, I published them in my mother tongue and brought them to the light of day. I now believe I have fully answered yours request. Now I finally finish the writing addressed to you, and I wish you all spiritual and physical prosperity. May the Most High bless you. I remain, always unchanged, honored gentleman, Ali Puli himself, still flourishing by the grace of God.